Bayle, I have to do some audio testing super quick. We were messing with my microphone settings yesterday, and it looks like the desktop audio capture got fucked up during that time, so I'm going to be making some noises. You all might hear it while we're getting started here. So apologies. Ah, give me 1 second. All right. Cooper's pissed. Cooper, you're not allowed over here, actually. Come here. Hey. Where the PlayStation is. You're gonna knock it over. Do you want to come up? Hey, everybody. Quaylug, are you a Third-Eyed Blind fan? Yes, I am. Oh shit. Hold on. My audio settings are all fucked. They're all fucked up. We did some like hardcore. There we go. Is there an echo? For the music that's playing in the background? Let me know if there's like a weird echo or if the music sounds odd. No echo? Okay, good. So we did like a hard overhaul of my audio settings and my microphone settings. Found out what was causing some of the buzzing noises. Obviously, we had like the AC going for the past couple days, but there's been this like buzzing noise, and my sibilance has been really like intense. And it turns out it's because typically for the Shure microphones, you need the cloud lifter mic activator that is kind of like an amp to boost the Shure microphones. But I realized I have an updated Shure microphone, the M7X, which is supposed to deal with the weird... It's supposed to deal with the weird audio issues that people were having. So we didn't need the amplifier, so it was causing like unnecessary gain and just like weird noises. But yeah, everybody's being nasty about Bayle, and I simply do not understand where this is coming from. I don't understand where any of this behavior is coming from. All right, I think we're ready. Hold up. Everything might be fucked from last week. Hey, hello. My hair is very greasy today. Also, chat can say hello We can say hello to each other for like a split second. I'm gonna hide you guys soon. Today is gonna be gym day, which means I'm going to run like a maniac. It's gonna be awesome. And I'm gonna be extra sweaty, so I didn't wash my hair or like do it today. So we're just out here looking like a scarecrow, like a gremlin. But hey, hello everybody. All right, give me a moment. Okay. It's Monday or something. It is Monday. Thank you so much for resubscribing. It means a lot. It means a lot. All right. So for those of you that are new here and have never joined us, hi. Hello. I have both YouTube and Twitch active at the same time, so if you see me talking to people that aren't there, it's probably because they're in the other chat. But we're going to be playing, I have this Draconic build that we created a while ago, and it's both utilizing Draconic incantations and also Crucible incantations, so I kind of flip-flop back and forth as needed. And we're using the Flamberg because it has a passive bleed build-up. I'm also just like getting some little pictures. I'm gonna be making my video soon. I have to record it tomorrow, so I might not stream tomorrow. But I think I have most of the script for Raw done. It is so weird because I definitely think that the Crucible, I'm like still reeling from Tony Pepperoni's Miro board because we were both like looking into the same things, but Tony was kind of realizing that it's the effect of the meteorite, like the Elden stars likely, that caused a lot of the double helix and like the teratoma growths that are happening around like this region of the map, both in Ra and in Bayle. Like the Crucible vortex may be a byproduct of the meteorite landing. And the way that it influences growths and like various things around the lands between. But I'm still kind of piecing together the relationship with a lot of different things. Like why Bayle as a settlement isn't at the base of the Shadow Tree? Or was the Shadow Keep... I mean, we were talking about this because of the health and steeple stuff, but I kind of wonder if the Shadow Keep was something else prior to Mesmer's occupation there. Do you think that the weird ruins in the lands between that hold up the mountains and shit were also Ra? Yes, I do. So the area of Ra on the map would roughly... So say for example, if the Shadow Tree is oriented in the same position as the Ur Tree, which makes the most sense, Ra would be right about here, roughly, which makes sense because the ruin-strewn precipice dungeon is along this like cliff face over here. This one. It has its own unique little icon too, but you can't really see it. Can I hide the markers? No, you can't really see it. But it's pretty cool. I definitely think that those ruins have to do with Rao, but I also think that the harpies have to do with Rao too. And it's really frustrating because a lot of entities that seem to really be in lockstep with some of the shit that's happening in the Shadowlands, we don't see in the Shadowlands. They're almost like cordoned off in the lands between. So like the Godskin enemy types and the like weird flying bat women. It's odd. Were the Divine Towers also made by Ra? That I'm a little bit more curious about. Because I almost feel like the Divine Towers, they share... Okay, so the Divine Towers share some texture files with the Forge. The Fire Giant's Forge, I believe. I have to like double check. I had a whole video on some of the stuff. I don't know. Raw, Divine Towers, Giant's Forge, those big underground pillars all share the same type of masonry and asset use. Yes. Those were the ones that I connected in my, I think I had a, sorry, it's been so long. It's been like 2 years since I made those videos. So I'm trying to recall everything that I covered, but I had a video called, shit, what was it called? I don't even know my own content anymore. Is it just like the lands between keeps me up at night? Was that the one? Hold on. I have to go back. The Elden Ring map keeps me up at night. So the Elden Ring map is where I break down all of the asset reusage and like where the texture files are reused between certain things. I saw a theory that the towers hold up the Baldachin. If I recall, there's pretty strong arguments against, but it was a cool idea. I feel like they do, given the fact that each of the Divine Towers utilizes like meteorites, but it makes sense that the Shadowlands lines up in the center because of the positioning of Shadow Altus, and then also like all of the other level design positions. It definitely seems like this big cliff face right here and some of the weird geography and the fact that a lot of the same enemy types from Caelid up to the Forbidden Lands, like the eastern half of the map shares enemy types, which is strange because there's a missing landmass right here. But yeah, giant crows and finger creepers and giant dogs are all like, they should be interconnected between these two locations. It's weird. It's weird. Somebody said, do you think the Cerulean Coast and Caro's grave is where the Glomide Queen and Melina resided? Like Mesmer at the Shadow Keep, those areas are heavily associated with death. I could see that, D, because like, okay, so the southern point of the Cerulean Coast and all the death-themed stuff is kind of on the south. The Shadow Keep is on the north. But there is this whole chunk of the map is like very interesting to me. So first off, there is this is called like the Farum Great Bridge. So, and then there's also ruins on the base of this that seem to have connected to Farum Azula at one point. But then also the volcano jagged peak area of the map definitely seems to fit in this area because of some of the remnants of what looks like Farum Azula and Bayle's boss window. Oh wait, I have my YouTube window open. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Why is this even... Oh, this is like another window, sorry. Thank you. We have a bunch of source windows open from... Yeah, we're trying to alert them, sorry. We have a bunch of source windows open from Lore Theory Thursday. I had like 20 windows that were open from last week. We literally were like watching videos and like looking at submissions and stuff all at the same time. Anyway, so Jagged Peak would be in this area. Farum Great Bridge is right here, which connects Farum Azula to a landmass in the lands between. So this whole chunk right here would have been dragons, but then also the Forbidden Lands. We talked about this last week with Tony Pepperoni's submission, but the dragons also used to reside in the Forbidden Lands, like mountaintops, the mountaintops of the giants. So this area used to be Draconic. This area all used to be Draconic. And Caelid, we also talked about this, used to be Draconic. So all the way through the south used to be occupied by dragons. So this whole like eastern, northeast and southeast chunk is all Dragonlands, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we were talking about leitmotif and how to pronounce the word Celtic. Yeah. That's what we were doing last week. That's what we do here. But yeah, it's like, it's all super interesting. I saw a theory that the giant skeleton's visible in Caelid because the jagged peak was ripped off the top layer of Earth when it was removed. I could see that. I could see that, for sure. We see most of them over here though, right? I mean, there's like ones that are all along this coast as well. Hold on, let me head over here really quick. Because they're all in like this cliff face. Or maybe it's closer to the minor tree. I'm trying to recall. Oh yeah, here's one. This guy that I'm standing on is like one of the bigger ones. But yeah, it would make sense. It would make sense that there would be a bunch of giant corpses like all throughout here that are being revealed because land masses have been like uplifted. It makes sense. Yeah, it kind of seems like based off of... Sorry, I have to do all the NPC dialogue now. It definitely seems like based off of... Thank you so much for the resubscription. It seems like based off of the series of events that we learn through the map fragments, that it goes like era of the dragons and the beasts, and then era of the giants and the astrologers, and then the Newman and the Nox. It's kind of like in that order, but there are times in which things exist at the same time. But for the most part, we kind of know the sequence of events of which factions are pushing out other factions. I'm really curious if the Zamor, I don't know, like how the Zamor fit into everything, but I don't think that they're meant to, I don't think it's meant to be really elaborated in depth. I think that there's, like I said, there's like periods of history that are lost. That would explain why Celia, a Nox city, is above ground. It also seems like Celia, like, it's definitely a Nox city, but it kind of seems like these were the Nox that came back up too. But it does kind of look like underground. It's weird. So like Celia has windmills, like really ancient windmills. So they were like trying to capture the wind either for agriculture or... Yeah, it was a refugee city. Yeah. I definitely think Celia was intended to be above ground, but it definitely seems like it was the first subset of underground people that fled topside because of Estelle. But it's really interesting to see the trajectory of the Nox and the Newman, because it's like they started off above ground, betrayed Meteor, potentially, if that's like kind of the theory that you want to go down. They created like the Finger Slayer blade, potentially attacked Meteor, were sent underground, did experiments underground. Estelle came and fucked everything up, and then were sent above ground, or like fled above ground again. Kind of just seems like things got all fucked up. But it gives us a good idea of when the God of Rot was sealed. Because I'm really curious if So, like, I forget, it was Cosmos in here. Yeah. The Zamora have the double braid like the Belurat warriors. Yeah. They also ended up siding with Leandel and like Marika, which is really interesting. Hugh. Yeah, banish downstairs, sneak upstairs, almost get Meteor to death until Radon saved them. And I kind of wonder if that's because of the association with the Alabaster Lords, right? I don't know, the whole thing is just like so we can kind of vaguely piece things together, but it is what's the consensus around Romina's allegiances? Do we know why she's blocking the path to the sealing tree? So, D, I don't know if she's actually there to protect the sealing tree. So the Church of the Bud... First off, okay, wait. Order of events. Before there even was a sealing tree, before Mesmer and Marika... Before Mesmer and Marika used the sealing tree's situation to seal away the Divine Tower of Belurat, if we kind of rewind time to before Mesmer's crusade, there was a church that worshipped a flower. And actually, let me rewind it even further. Hold on. So there is a point in the story, and we've talked about this on here, I think with Cosmos, where it seems that Marika has left the Shadowlands. But no, it's not the Shadowlands yet. This is before the division, potentially. It kind of seems like there is a point in which she leaves and the Eternal Cities events happen. And the God of Rot is sealed by some group. When the God of Rot is sealed, he starts to spread his influence like via the Lake of Rot to plants, to like various plants around the lands between and the Shadowlands. And the Church of the Bud worshipped a bud, like it worshipped like a flower. And that flower was the flower that Romina worshipped. Like she was a worshiper of the Church of the Bud. She was like a follower. And so then when Marika comes back and she decides, I'm going to do a crusade. I'm going to do a fun little crusade and just like wipe out all of Belurat. They burn the Church of the Bud. They like totally ransack the church. They're like, fuck Belurat, fuck this church, fuck Rao, and like everything that they study. And Romina like grabs the bud, but the bud is like inflicted with scarlet rot at this point. And as she's like burning alive, the rot takes her over, and now she just exists with the flower in the church. I don't think that she's necessarily there to protect Mesmer's seal. I think she was just there because that is her church. Like that is her church. That's like significant to her. But yeah, so I think that like there is a point in which both Marika and Mesmer want to completely eviscerate. It talks about this in like some text that like Mesmer's goal was to absolutely annihilate. I think Quailine also talks about this, or like has some lore that talks about this, but their goal was to like absolutely eviscerate all of Belurat civilization, which subsequently is also tied to Rao's civilization. They were like scorched earth. They wanted to completely wipe away all of the practices and like all of the traditions of the civilization. They were like, let's get rid of it all. But Salza and Heald, I mispronounced both of their names just now. Is it Salza and Hild? Were the ones who advocated to store all of the specimens in the storehouse and all of the like ancient knowledge of antiquity in the storehouse. And so when we go into the storehouse and we find the divine right and we find what Mikola was researching, and we see all of the shit in Queen Marika's bedchambers, all of that was was preserved by Salza and Healed. Yeah, thank God for Salza and Healed for temporarily stopping their complexity or complicity in genocide for the sake of research. Yeah. Healed was a dear friend to Salza the Sage and joined those who urged the specimens to be preserved. Healed's ashes were enshrined as a charm to protect the storehouse. Yes. Salsa Verde. Yeah. Yeah, Quailine and Mesmer was not graced by gold, which is assuming to be everything from Bellerot to Rot stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, they didn't want anything not graced by gold. They were like, over it. So there's a bunch of things that are kind of happening in tandem. So the Eternal Cities seals away the god of Rot, and this would have to have predated when Romina and the Church of the Bud get fucked up. Because the outer god of Rot's influence seems to have spread through the earth and through plant life specifically. So it infected the bud, which is really cool. And the flower, so I have a video about this too, but I was kind of speculating based off of some old sculptures in the game, because there's a sculpture of a tree, like an Erd tree, growing out of a flower, like a shadow tree or whatever. There's a depiction on a lot of the ancient ruins that we see kind of like spread about the lands between, of a big giant flower that is acting like a flower pot for the tree of life. And we got into like sacred geometry because we also see sacred geometry like sprinkled around the lands between, but the Sephiroth is kind of like snuck into the game a little bit. So it's just reusing ancient visual concepts to kind of depict like the origin of creation. And this isn't important to the main plot, by the way. For those of you that are wanting to understand the conflict that's happening with Queen Marika and the demigods, this shit is inconsequential. The only thing that it serves is world building. It's like a fun little way to give purpose or reason for why things are the way they are. And using sacred geometry and like ancient tradition is like a really easy way to just kind of borrow from other cultures and points of history to kind of like establish the rules or the laws of your world. So it's pretty cool. I dug it. But yeah, there's a lot of neat flower growing the tree stuff, and so it makes sense that Bellerot, which is like this civilization that's cultivating all these trees, would also be interested in the flowers and like the flower crucible. And it relates to Rao quite a bit because we get the flower crucible incantation from there, which is really rad. It's sick. I love it. I love it. Okay, wait. I'm convinced that Marika is Miranda and the Erd tree is grafted into a Miranda flower or something. I would be down with that, to be honest. I definitely think that, oh my god, wait, you guys. Speaking of this, I'm so sad that the Miranda idol never made it into the game. But let me pull this up really quick. Where are you? I actually need to like do this again. Okay, so the effigy, I know we've been talking a lot about Persian art, and we've been talking a lot about the Pakistani art, like the Indus Valley civilization. We've been talking a lot about what are the other cultures we've been hitting on? We found Egyptian art, we found like a bunch of other art, but the Miranda idol absolutely looks like it's from the Neolithic era. 100%. Like this idol looks very, very, very ancient. Based off of the stylized squiggles that are kind of flowing through her body. It's really cool. It definitely gives Indus Valley, which I love. I love to see it. Anyway, yeah, that's all on that I have on that. It's similar in profile to the Erd tree favorite. Yes, it is. It is similar in profile. It's quite literally traced over the Marika Is that what it's called? Erdtree... What is it called? Erdtree... What is it called? This one. The Erdtree's Favor. Yeah, these are like... the hips... The silhouette is the same. One just doesn't have arms. But yeah, it's sick. I kind of wonder if there was some cut content there regarding the Miranda flowers and regarding their significance to the Church of the Bud and all of that, especially with the bloom incantation. But yeah. No, the Miranda flower, the Miranda flower's stamen doesn't look like mushrooms. I can talk about it really quick. Hold on. So the Miranda flower stamen actually is intentionally supposed to look like the Erdtree. And it's so Erdtree-like that there's actually it looks like the Erdtree in fall, like the leaves are falling, but it's just like the powder. Hold on, I need a better high quality image. This is not doing it for me. Whatever. Yeah. Whatever. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Cool shit. Now that we know about the grandmother, perhaps Miranda is someone similar, an older shaman that Marika took inspiration from. Maybe.
Ah, well met. That was a fine battle indeed. It heartens me that another warrior stands among us, among the beckoned.
I'm not even gonna... I'm just gonna like fucking... Just fucking block. Was there any chance that the Blue Swordsman was related to Rao somehow? I think the Blue Swordsman was related to Rana.
Long ago, I was stricken by scarlet rot in the swamp of Aeonia. Immobile, feverish, and in great pain, I was entirely resigned to death. I was left behind. My wound was and yet he drained despite my now.
Yeah, okay, so, her remembrance doesn't really... Here, hold on. Her remembrance doesn't say she creates it, she invokes it. So, Power of the Namesake, after the church was burned to the ground, Romina discovered a twisted divine element, which she then weaved into the baleful scarlet rot. The twisted divine element, if you actually, like, if you check out the weapon, is a flower. So once in the crumbling, burning church, Romina held the bud in speechless silence. And in the image, in like the video that we have of Romina in the scarlet, or sorry, in the Church of the Bud, she's holding the bud. She's holding the flower. And so if you look into the flowers around that area, let me see if I actually have one yet on this character. I don't know. If you look into the flowers around that area, the flowers talk about how they did not always look like that. What are those flowers called? Can somebody help me? Does anybody know what flowers I'm talking about? What the fuck are their names? They look like little squiggly... Okay, wait. It's just called Scarlet Bud. Here. Let's do the, So, a large rotten bud that will never come into bloom grows in the lands blighted by the scarlet rot. There was once a time when these buds were not touched by the scarlet rot's blight, when they were the symbol of a small church deep within the ruins of Rao. So these, the Church of the Bud, the flowers, all of that stuff that Romina worshipped were not associated with Scarlet Rot before. But it is likely that given the fact that, like, of what we know about the outer god of Scarlet Rot... Hold on, let me show you really quick. I actually don't know if I have it on this character. I think we do. So Church of the Bud would be roughly around this area, but the outer god of Rot was sealed away pre-Inquisition. So the Grand Cloister and, like, the Lake of Rot were dammed up. So there's a big dam that sealed away rot from the flowing rivers. So there was, like, a big agricultural thing that was happening. There was, like, a big waterway. And this, like, giant scorpion, who was the envoy for the outer god of Rot, was sealed away down here. And so we're just getting this, like, excess amount of rot and putrescence and... Or not putrescence, but, like, rot. Scarlet Rot. So it's very likely that, like, she was just influenced by the outer god of Scarlet Rot, who was sealed away down here a long time ago. Yeah, the scorpion stinger, which is like literally a body part. Hold on. I might have to do a video on this because it seems like there's a lot of moving pieces and it's kind of hard to, like... It's kind of hard to talk about it all. So there is the scorpion stinger blade, which was fastened from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot, a ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. So at some point, this god was sealed away, and it is, like, fucking, like, all around this area where it was sealed away is scarlet rot. So there just seems to be some kind of shenanigans happening with that. I don't think that it is in regard to Romina. I think that they might be, like, two separate. Didn't Melania's warrior master seal it? Yes, the flowing blue swordsman. And he was accompanied by the blue fairy. Which I think, for those of you that know this, Ainsel and Shiofra, the rivers that flow through the Undercities, are named after fairies. So I don't know if the blue fairy was, like, an actual legitimate entity. I think that the blue fairy was a river, and that the flowing swordsman was a part of the civilization that sealed off this flowing blue river from the scarlet rot. But yeah. I wonder if the winged spider scorpions are kind of like Crucible chimera. It's weird because the scorpions were talked about how they were like normal creatures. What if the blue fairy was ball lightning? Yeah. Yeah, Shiofra and Ainsel are... I think it's a story allegory for Shiofra and the Rot Lake. I think so too. But at the same time, sometimes a lot of the stories that are allegorical or metaphorical in this game will manifest as, like, real creatures or, like, real entities. So I'm also open to it. Oops. Sorry, Cooper's gonna knock over my PlayStation and rip out my headphones. I'm totally open to it being, like, an actual creature or character too. But yeah, we're getting into the realm of Lore Theory Thursday. I'm gonna back it up. A little bit. Because I don't think that Romina is the outer god of Rot. But there's a lot of mortal humanoid characters that are able to open themselves up to the influence of outer gods through suffering. And I think that her being a martyr for the Church of the Bud and being burned alive, like Joan of Arc, she's very much Joan of Arc. I think that allowed her to become a saint. because she's called a saint. She's not called the outer god of rot. If it was like Romina, outer god of rot, and then I'd be like, okay, yeah, the scorpion stinger that's down in the Lake of Rot in the Grand Cloister, that might be one of her stingers or something. I'd be more inclined to believe that she was the outer god of rot. But given the fact that she's just a saint, shows that that's not the case. It seems like people can be vessels for whoever. Yeah, absolutely. And like the fire giant rips his foot off and burns it, and then when he is able to do that, he's able to awaken or evoke the fell god inside of his body. It's almost like he has functions of his body that serve as like a second face or like a vessel for the outer god to like inhabit. But in order for the outer god, like the fell god, to inhabit him, he has to like do a bodily sacrifice. And like asceticism is brought up so many times in the DLC as like the main practice of this era. But it seems like Marika wanted to fully get rid of that as like a concept in her era, and so instead of asceticism and sainthood, it becomes about fundamentalism, and like there's like the warriors, like the gladiators. It just shifts. Oh wait, hold on. Let me hit up. Let me hit up our boy.
Another.
Hey, Cooper.
Of Miquella. Then, as that woman would surely say, we are in our purposes well aligned, but understand, your kind are not forgiven. The Earth Tree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed, set aflame. I believe Miquella's apologies when he says our delivery will come, but never will I see your kind as worthy. And yet my oath I cannot overlook. If these are, I urge you, as long as you... I urge you, as long as you...
I noticed a lot of Irish accents in the horn set in the DLC. Yes! So we talked about this, but there is a couple of historic references happening with the horn set and with Belurat. It is definitely early Rome and definitely a little bit of the Gallic Wars, but also there's a lot of different cultures and cultures and belief systems and groups of people that settled in Rome, especially in Western Rome. But it's a little bit of a mishmash of inspiration, but we're getting a lot of really cool stuff. An icky question, apologies, Anjanu, but was Cooper fixed when you got him since he was older than a small puppy? I didn't have him when he was like a baby. He was a rehome and he was fixed. I don't know why that matters. Hornsent talk in an interesting way in terms of where verbs end up. Hornsent are a crazy mashup of cultures. They really are. It's like a lot of early polytheistic cultures that are in and around Rome during a very specific time period. It is like quite literally before the Crusades. It's before the Christianization of Rome is what Belurat stands for. So that includes all the Egyptian stuff that was happening during ancient Greece and ancient Rome, like Greca Interpretatio. It's like all the different like Godfrey and all the different people of the Badlands, or like the Vandals, and a lot of the different groups that settled Western Rome, or that I guess like took over Western Rome. But then we also have the Hornson of Belurat, who are very clearly based off of a lot of the Celtic groups during the Gallic Wars. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's not Gaelic Wars, it's Gallic Wars. Gaul. From Gaul, right? Yeah, Gallic, Egyptians, Judeans, Asia Minor. Yes, let's go. Let's go. The Garlic Wars. So Riker gives his body, Fire Giant his leg, and then maybe Romina her faith. I think it was her body because she was being immolated. She was holding on to the object of her faith, which was the flower. She was like a devout Church of the Bud worshiper, and she was immolated for her beliefs, which was like Mesmer's crusade going into the Church of the Bud. She was being punished for her spirituality. And then that like ascended her into like sainthood or like martyrdom.
You must be the Tarnished. I am Ansbach. Formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikola. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Mikola's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use.
Yeah, I think she lost her legs upon being burned, but being burned is probably enough to invoke an outer god. Oh yeah, for sure. And we see like her cloak catching on fire in the opening cinematic. It's crazy to me how the entire FromSoft team is Japanese, but they seem to have so much vast, intricate knowledge of so many cultures, religions, history. I talked about this before, but Miyazaki is a social science major from Keio University, which Keio University used to be the epicenter for Western studies back when Japan first opened its borders. So it makes sense that like a lot of the ideology and like cultural beliefs and history, you know, that Japan was learning about, especially during World War II, has then been reconciled in a lot of Japanese media or used in a lot of Japanese media. It's not limited to Elden Ring. We also see it in like Full Metal Alchemist and Final Fantasy VII, and anywhere where there's a Sephiroth or internal alchemy or you know, stories about Western fantasy, it kind of weaved itself into the storytelling, especially as it pertains to like criticisms of the West. Because I would say this, and then also Armored Core 6, go really hard on Western suffering and how the West treats its neighbors. Like fully. It's very interesting. And I know a lot of people kind of get lost in the sauce and think that it's like about America specifically. I think it is definitely more about, I think America is a part of the equation as like a bastard child of Europe. But I think we're more a part of the equation in Armored Core 6. I don't think we're as much a part of the conversation that's happening in this game, but more so Marika's like lineage, which is just like the Christianization of Rome and how that has like impacted a bunch of groups. But yeah. Both Galeage and Guide Lig pronounce the L, so it would be surprising if the L was silent in another version. Ah, I see. I had probably butchered those. I'm so sorry. The constant template through layers and layers of historical references is 100% global colonization. Yeah, fully. Marika is America, yes or no? I would say no. I would say her kind of like the historical references stop in I would say like during the schism of Rome. I would say that that's she is this, her and Radagon are the schism of Rome for sure. I would say that that's kind of like where, but the what is it, the Red Guns in Armored Core 6 are American. And they're just like dumb cowboys. And I love it. They're dumb as fuck cowboys. They're like, yeah, let's go. Red gun. What was his name?
Hello there. To get together. For Mikola the Kind, many things we have found.
All right. I'm just gonna buy all this stuff because I love this boy.
I like finding things. For you, Lady Leda, her allies.
Representation matters.
Things bring joy to all.
Giddy up, gun 13. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Red gun.
I like for you, Lady Leda, things.
More we love you, keep finding things. So,
Goodbye.
okay, so let me talk about Moore's armor really quick. So this is what I was referring to, but the verdigris armor with all the spirals and like weird. So this is bronze that's been oxidized. So this is Bronze Age civilization, but the spirals and like the verdigris style, the shit that he has on him is like fully from Pakistan, from ancient Pakistan. And they also had ceramics too. Did they pickle shit as well? It was great. I love it. But you find his talisman over in the Rao ruins, which is sick. Which outer god is verdigris tied to? We don't know. We don't know. But the Miranda idol also has those like spirals, which is sick. You love to see it. Okay, wait, have I done all this? I have. I've done all the southern stuff. Okay. I'm hungry already. What time is it? Oh, it's noon. That's why. I'm like, when is lunch? I just started streaming. When is lunch? Isn't Moore's whole deal connected to the rock god? Not really. It's weird. So he's kicking it with the kindred because he's just friends with everybody. He's friends with the people of unalloyed gold. He's friends with the kindred of rot. But verdigris has like a weird protective force. Like, I was using his shield on the last character, and it does this weird green teal explosion, or like shield, sphere, protective sphere. It definitely seems like it's a new outer god that we haven't encountered before, but it seems like that god is lost to time, which is fucking sick and awesome, because a lot of the gods and deities from the Bronze Age predate Alphabet, or from the Indus Valley era. Hold on, wait, let me double check. I'm trying to make sure. Were they... Was it? Yes, Bronze Age. Okay, wait. So this was the Bronze Age in northwestern regions of South Asia, which was 3,300 BCE, and they had symbols, but they didn't have like a proper alphabet. And so a lot of their religious figures that they have, we don't know jack shit about, and we can just speculate. But there seems to be, I talked about this before, there seems to be a man who is called by like anthropologists as like the master of beasts, but he is like a horned man that is able to control lions and ox and like water buffalo and snakes. But there's not really any, we don't know the lore. So he's just kind of like a deity that's been lost to time in real life. And so it's really cool that Moore's whole like cultural affiliation and practices are just kind of we don't really know anything about the deity. We don't really know. My best guess is the fell god as a pre-iron representation of smelting and metalworking, also because fire giant plate. Yeah, it could be, but it's weird because the fell god is like cleansing fire, but the verdigris god seems to be more of seems to be more protection and shields. Imagine being so based at animal handling that you become a minor deific figure. Yeah, it's probably just like not even a deity that they were drawing. It was probably just their local like farmer. They're like, this guy's real cool. Must be a god, you know? Cody, thank you so much for the resub. Yippee! Do you think thousands of years from now, archaeologists will be studying our culture and consider Burger King or Ronald McDonald deities lost to time? Oh, for sure. Like, the Burger King is probably going to be thought to be some kind of political figure that, like, was alive for hundreds of years. He's going to be like the Queen Marika the Eternal for... if somehow our alphabet... I mean, like, I think that it's pretty clear. We have enough, like, documented history that if... like an alien race came down to Earth and were like trying to learn about us, I think they would be able to decipher what our alphabet is saying. But I think that maybe for like a couple hundred years, they'll think that the Burger King is like some kind of eternal deity, god king who's been alive for a really long time. Saint Ronald. They'll be chanting Whopper, Whopper, Double Whopper in the future. Thank you, Lothric, for the subscription. The primordial current is the Double Whopper. The War of the Outer Gods, Pepsi and Coke. God fucking damn it. Yeah, the Pepsi man. I want a burger really bad now. I had one yesterday. I need to chill the fuck out. I need to chill the fuck out. I'm trying to like eat well and run every day, and like I need to chill the fuck out because I will eat like burgers. Burgers got to be one of the better foods out there. I hate to say it, but all the hype about like sushi, pizza, and burgers really were they're really not wrong, and I hate it. What was that era of like? Do you guys remember that era where like the poop emoji was like a thing for kids? Like kids could buy plushies of the poop emoji, and there was always like sushi, pizza, and like burger print on like little backpacks and purses for kids. Like what was that? What are we doing? True, except for sushi mid. What? What? America moment. The deities of agriculture. Ronald, Burger King, Wendy's. Yeah. Remember the mustache trend? Yeah, like the weird bacon mustache. What was that? What were we doing? Sir Patrick Stewart voiced the poop emoji in the Emoji Movie. I'm going to lobotomize that knowledge out of my brain. I feel like that's valid to wish for a lobotomy. Hey, Cooper. They're literally just... Okay, there are two people who are walking and they just had a business meeting and one of them's carrying a laptop. And they're just like... They're just chilling. Why are you mad? Hey, Cooper. Hey. Hey. Do you want a greenie? You're gonna be fine. I want a coffee. I want a fancy coffee. Cooper hates knowledge too. Down with corpos. What are we doing applies to a lot of our most recent cultural history. It's true. Why did corporations hate art so much? I feel like it's only gotten worse as time has gone on. Like, remember the 80s? Remember the 80s and the 90s when like toy manufacturers were like, let's make some weird fucking guys. Let's get an artist. Let's get like a weird fucked up artist from like New York who's drawing like weird mutant turtles that are like being nasty, and let's make like a whole toy line. What happened to that? What happened to that? Why do Beanie Babies look like that now? Remember the 80s? I feel young, thanks. It's weird. I'm not even an 80s child and I'm able to like acknowledge the fact that we have like divorced ourselves from cool art. I'm not even an 80s kid. The economy is like the primeval current. Really, it's true. Data and focus groups. But nobody, okay, hold on. You cannot tell me that these tested better in a focus group. You cannot tell me that this thing tested better in a focus group than this thing. You cannot tell me that. This is perfect design philosophy. This little noodle, this little rainbow noodle that is soft and pearlescent is not the same as this. This thing is not pearlescent, it's not pastel, it's not soft. Their eyes are soulless. There's a ghost in there. There's a ghost trap in, there's a ghost. This is a ghost trap. Like, you cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that new Beanie Babies. Is this, am I a boomer? Look at this thing! Like, I get cute rage. I want to punch somebody about this. I would commit violence about this. I would commit violence for this strange little monkey, but like, for this, I would not commit violence. I look at this and I think, ew. You can't tell me that these tested better in focus groups. You can't tell me that. You're lying to me. Who the fuck changed Beanie Babies? Who did it? Why are there bugs on this? Who did this to Beanie Babies? You're telling me that this focus tested worse? I left for a meeting. Why are we looking at Beanie Babies? I'm talking about how, Brie, I'm talking about how like in the 80s and the 90s, how toys, they would hire like a weird artist from New York who was drawing mutant turtles to make just like a weird fucked up slimy brand of toys, and how cool that was. Or like Conan, He-Man, like make some weird shit, make some weird make the Dark Crystal, make some weird shit. Just get in there and make some weird shit and make a toy line. But now, and then like in the 90s we had Beanie Babies, but then now it's like in the 2000s there was this shift away from just making weird shit to like hopping on the like, well, Japan is popular. Like this is giving, okay, wait, this is giving Japan is popular. Let's capitalize on like kawaii shit. Let's capitalize off of like big eyes, but they didn't get the eye placement right. Like it's like they wanted to copy like Japanese aesthetics, but they didn't quite hit the mark. Oh, we're talking about the homogeneity of toy design. Yeah, it went. They were like there's a difference between like, hold on, chat. There's a difference between like this and like this. Chat. Like, there's a big difference. No, I mean, I don't. Lisa Frank also like understood eye placement though. Lisa Frank understood that like if there's a distance between the eyes, it's cuter. Like Lisa Frank understood the assignment. She got like cool colors happening. It looked like you could bite into any of these designs and it would be really satisfying. Like I want to bite into these. I want to chew on these. I had this folder. I had a bunch of Lisa Frank folders when I was a kid. And I remember distinctly like looking at this unicorn and just like wanting it to manifest in real life so I could take a bite out of it. Did you all ever feel that way? Lisa Frank understood the assignment. Everything looked like it was made out of like an inflatable plastic material. When I look at these things and I look at this, I don't want to punch somebody about this. I don't want to bite into this. I don't feel anything about this. You know, what happened? America, what happened? Cotton candy flavor, yeah. Lisa Frank sucks IRL, unfortunately. Oh, that sucks. Quelaag with the primordial teething energy. But I mean, is that just me? And I thought my compulsory biting was bad. Okay. This can apply to gaming too. A lot of games, and yes, this is nuance, are now just reusing and recycling readily available assets devoid of their own independent design. Yes, I agree with that. I don't think it has jack shit to do with DEI, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that everybody saw how successful Fortnite and Overwatch is, and they wanted to capitalize off of that, like, comic book Marvel, because, like, Overwatch was supposed to be based off of comic book heroes, you know? Like, it's supposed to be like a hero champion shooter with comic book guys. With hero, you get to be a hero or a villain. And cool. And then Fortnite was like, yes, 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 and everybody was loving this, like, bright, poppy, comic booky aesthetic, which is so cool. But then it's like, now everybody's doing that? And even IPs that make no sense to be doing it. Like, superhero IPs, I get it. But if you're doing, like, a dark fantasy, why the fuck does your game look like that? I guess World of Warcraft did it too. So maybe people are also capitalizing off of the success of WoW as well, but yeah, it's just... Palworld is probably the worst example of this. Palworld is weird, though. Palworld is, like, fully... That's not even, like, the artists trying to be like Fortnite. That is the artists just straight up taking Fortnite assets. Like, there's definitely a lot of, like, cheapo games that are just, like, ripping assets for other games quite literally one-to-one and just, like, repackaging and reselling them. You know. It is what it is. I have no idea what I haven't done yet. Oh, I haven't done the jail yet. Fuck. Okay. Palworld is whack on purpose. I don't know if it's a whack on purpose. I think it's just... I think it is just what it is. You mean like Dragon Age? Yeah. But Dragon Age, it's weird because Dragon Age was early on the train of, like, it was trying to have a comic book aesthetic. But I was talking about how, like, because... I could talk about Dragon Age forever. The new art is, like, phenomenal, and I'm not wanting to trash the artists whatsoever. Respect to every single artist in their trade. Y'all are the best. Y'all are just doing what corporations are telling you to do. It is it ain't no thing. But the Dragon Age tarot cards from Inquisition, quality-wise, are much better than the new ones. And I don't know if that is, like, a reflection of the artist's talent or if it was just art direction. But the older Dragon Age tarot cards had more esoterica baked into the design, so they felt ancient. So while they had, like, a comic booky style aesthetic, they also were able to blend in, you know, like, kind of creepy or weird medieval art and kind of, like, religious or spiritual esoterica without it necessarily, like, referencing that. Oh, it's probably not having enough time given. 100%. 100%. So that's why I'm saying I don't, unlike a lot of assholes on Twitter right now who are just trying to, like, harass artists and laborers, it's not an issue with the artists or diversity or people, you know, it's not an issue with that. It's an issue with, like, time crunches and with, like, the state of the industry in general. It's like a much more complex and larger issue that that certain dipshits are capitalizing off of. Anyway, fuck those guys in particular, but I don't want to talk about them. Okay, wait. Fortnite. Yes. I love the Inquisition tarot cards. Yes, the start of the game of itself was, well, yeah, like, but strictly just talking about aesthetics. Strictly just talking about aesthetics. Like, they were trying to have a dark fantasy while also maintaining its comic book, graphic novel background. Because Origins like within its design philosophy since its inception, was meant to be like, was meant to also have comic book style aesthetics. But I wasn't trying to take that from anything back then, because BioWare was kind of paving the way with both Mass Effect and Dragon Age having like graphic novels and comic books. Like they had their own shit that they were doing. But I think because the fact that the IP has been alive so long, it feels really derivative, even though it's not, if that makes sense. But I will say the art has gotten derivative over time because it's missing some of the elements that made it so interesting earlier on. Bring back the weird esoterica. Bring it back. Don't be scared to like make your I mean, Inquisition was relatively successful. Like, even though not a lot of us are like super stoked off of Inquisition, like I wouldn't mind another one. It wasn't bad. It wasn't like the best thing in the world, but it wasn't bad. I had a lot of fun. But it's almost like they have stripped back even the things that made Inquisition appealing to me, which is making me a little bit worried. The game's not even... Yeah, it won Game of the Year that year, yeah. So, like, why strip it back? Is my question. I don't know. They've retooled that game like 3 times, I think, at this point. Yeah, I don't think it was for... Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it, but it wasn't that bad. Yes. Yeah. I think that there was like a... You know, if there was enough happening at the time that I felt like I didn't mind. Like, so there was Dragon Age Inquisition, but there was also Dark Souls, and there was also The Witcher. So we had like 3 different flavors of dark fantasy, and some of it is like more... I think, yeah, I think that they all had their different flavors, and I think having one of each was really nice. It was really, really good. But to Miyazaki's point, the homogenization of AAA art is inevitable when $200 million games always require intense focus group scrutiny following industry trends. I think also too, just the turnaround and the crunch is insane in the West. I know that FromSoft also has like pretty severe crunch though, but I think overall the standards of living in the States for laborers is just like fucked. And a lot of people are in short-term contracts with like the fear of getting laid off, and like we're in a state of just like constant fear and confusion. And it's shit's spooky. It makes it hard to make good art, to Miyazaki's point. And to I forget who at Nintendo said that. But there's like some Japanese CEOs that are kind of like, you can't feel good and make good art if you're constantly scared that like you're gonna be laid off, which is true. Turns out it's not great for productivity. Who'd have thought? Yeah, right? Iwata. With all of the layoffs and closures right now, too, it's hard for smaller groups to take a risk right now because if it fails once, it's all over. Yeah. But it's weird because it almost feels like taking a risk is your only option in a lot of ways. Because I feel like if you give in to kind of like the trends, it's like that's also like a surefire way to get yourself kind of lost in the sauce, you know? One of the problems with risk-taking is that interests have shot way up. Yeah, Callister, or sorry, not Callister, different person, different human, entirely. Waves. Waves and I were talking about, I'm getting fucking murdered. The grabs go crazy. These really are Mind Flayers 2.0. We were talking about how the industry might start looking better in like the next, how many years? 2 or 3 years? I don't know. Somebody brought up ZZZ earlier, and I love it for the art. I feel like ZZZ is definitely like taking a lot of really cool beats, like from things that we love and things that are nostalgic, but also risks that I really like. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like even though I really fucking love ZZZ, I'm actually still playing it and enjoying my time with it. I do feel a little bit robbed from half of the gameplay. Like it kind of just feels like an arcade beat 'em up as opposed to like a fully fleshed out game. Like it feels like an arcade game. So I guess it's kind of, I don't know. It's a mobile game. It feels like a mobile game. It feels like half baked. And I would love to see Hyo do like a full ass game. Genshin was huge, but I would love to see them do like a full ass like console game. I don't know. So many countries in Asia like are dependent on mobile gaming because of like commuting and being at work and not really spending a lot of time indoors, or sorry, inside of their apartments, like being out and about. So like mobile gaming is way more approachable for that audience demographic, but I don't know. I'm still not over the fact that all Valorant characters are all the same height. It makes sense considering it's CSGO with skills, but man. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to go to the thing. You know what? Maybe we should kill the dragon, actually. I might go get lunch after this, too. I'm starving. I'm starving. Maybe... Oh, I don't have my rod. Oh. Shit. Is this guy Frost? Is that even a thing for this man? Thank you so much for the subscription. We're just gonna have to stagger him, I think. Where's your head? Where's your head? Oh, he spun around. Is he allowed over there? Okay. Shit. Ah, thank you! Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the gifted subs. I'm gonna die. We got this. Let me switch out to Rot really quick. Let me switch out to Rot really quick. This is gonna be fine. This is gonna be fine. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Okay. Let's do Sacred Blade. And then let's do right. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Are you isolated merchant hungry? Yeah, I am. Somebody was asking if they could drop lore questions in chat. If they're really small, I will try to answer, but like sometimes when we get too far down the lore hole, I'll fully get distracted and like we won't actually play the game at all. I'm gonna die. Shit. I hate the dragon enemies so much. They just hop around. They don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna chop this man. Ow. Eee, get it, get it. Yes, good, good, good. Okay, we did it. We did it. Dragon heart, smithing stone. All right. I may have lost the question if somebody asked a question, but it's okay. I'm gonna get the guidance of grace that's in here, and then I'm gonna go get a snack or eat some lunch. I have some chicken teriyaki leftovers. Okay. I'll be back, y'all. I'm back. Oh, my Elgato died, that's why. I was like, why is it so fucking quiet? Hello. Hmm. Hi back, I'm Dad. You scared me so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking about it earlier. I really wanted a frenzied Mikla, but I totally realized that like if they were to go that route with that character, that it would totally like circumvent the player being able to like experience the frenzied flame ending themselves. Because if you just align with Mikla and are just frenzied, it wouldn't really make the frenzied flame ending make sense at all. Not gonna lie, I jumped a bit too. I'm so sorry. I need to get better about finding a way to return to stream without it sounding like me screaming at you guys. A frenzied Mikla instantly ages to 35. God damn. It's true. Is it not gonna work? Alright. There we go. We're back. We're good. We're doing it. Soft music intro. Now I'll lean into it. Yeah, every yelling from a distance. Every time that I return, I'm just gonna scream into the microphone really fucking loud. It's gonna be good. Okay, wait. Somebody asked a question about the lightning. The only lore answer I wanted from the DLC is why Red Lightning faith-based, but also sometimes dex-based. Gransack's Spear, Ash of War. And now the DLC also arcane-based, the Flowerstone Gabble. Well, so like technically all dragon incantations are both faith and arcane-based. But yeah, the coloration and the alignment is bizarre for sure. Oh my god. Why was that? Wait. How did he do that? What? How did he do that? Oh, he just did like a he just like did a I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay, anyway. Uh, I love the Mikola Taylor Swift video you posted on Twitter. It was so good. It was so I feel like I don't even need to make DLC lore videos anymore. I feel like all I have to do is okay, wait, here's a question, y'all. Maggots develop and create our innards are the maggots I need to ask Loki this. Hold on, wait, let me do something really quick.
Ooh, let me do something really quick.
I have a question. I have a question for Loki. Loki, where are you? I have another translation question. Whose mask is it? It's the Horn Sense mask. What is it called? Okay, sorry. The invocation of Loki in stream is slightly concerning. No. The hippo introduced is also like a rhino, so maybe caterpillars are also like maggots. Well, the thing that I'm finding is that a lot of the kanji that's being used in the game is being translated into different words. But then when we actually check the kanji, they're all the same words. So like the abyss that is talked about in the primordial current and also in with Ymir, the abyss that is referred to as like the greater will's abyss is also the same as the abyssal serpent that Mesmer is. So like the abyss or like nothingness or like emptiness, the end is or like the end of the perceivable cosmos is like the same as the abyssal serpent that Mesmer has. It's really interesting, but it's like differentiated in English, which is weird. Any thoughts about why Marika didn't test Malakath with a crusade rather than her own son, since he is her half-brother and probably saw what happened with the shamans? She made him defeat the Glowmide Queen. Why not the Horn Scent too? It kind of seemed like when he defeated the Glowmide Queen that he just needed to post up in the Storm Beyond Time to hide the Rune of Death. But somehow Ronnie and the Black Knife Assassins were able to get it. So I don't know. But it seemed like if he was carrying around, if he had that thing on him, he was carrying around the Rune of Dust and Death, it seems like it would open him up to potentially getting killed and having the rune stolen from him, but it got stolen anyway, so. We got some pretty good discussion. Would love to hear your thoughts too. Oh, I must have missed it because I was eating. What were y'all talking about? What are your thoughts that the Glowmide Queen was an aspect of Marika? I think that I take the defeat at the hands of Malakath quite literally. And it seems weird that like Marika would have Radagon herself and the Glowmide Queen. Because like the Glowmide Queen is female. So it just kind of seems weird that there would be like a third aspect of the self. It doesn't really fit the Rebus aesthetic that she embodies. I personally think that the Glowmide Queen was the Empyrean prior to her. Or was like an Empyrean competing for like the same era as her. But yeah. That's my take on it. I am not a Marika is the Glowmide Queen person. Do you think that the Glowmide Queen and other lore will be answered in that Elden Ring mobile game? I don't think they're making the... I think that Elden Ring mobile game was a rumor, right? I don't think they're going to be making it. Something that bothers me. Do we know why the Black Knife Assassins have no heads? Yes. I actually talked about it in my most recent video, but the cloth. There's the concealing veil that the people of the Eternal Cities have. And that concealing veil is potentially what's used to seal away the Lands of Shadow. But both Radagon and Marika were seamsters, and seamstress is... Seamster? I don't know. Yeah, I'm inclined to take rival Empyrean literally. Yes, especially given everything that the Empyrean Grandam says about Queen Marika, that, like, she has vile progeny who, like, very obviously are Godfrey's, like, we are of Godfrey's lineage. Godfrey is like our allfather. So we're tarnished gold. We come from Godfrey's tarnished era. And I definitely think that the primordial gold of Godfrey's Crucible Knights is supposed to be like the mixture of copper and gold. It's like primordial. So I think that like by her having children with Godfrey, she's having like these unpure children. They're not pure gold. They're like a mixture of copper and gold, and because of that we tarnish, because that kind of metal oxidizes really easily. So it would tarnish if it's not pure. That's why Mikola is the unalloyed gold, because she has children with herself, but they're also sickly and fucking weirdos. We're the cool kids. We're the imperfect kids, but like we're cool and we're so strong. We're so much stronger than Mikola and Melania and Mesmer. Like they're like Marika's true children, but they're all like, they all have outer god influence and are like sickly born and are suffering and like fucked up. You know. We're so cool. We're so cool. Here's the theory I'm mulling. The Gek was an Empyrean to become Lord, and Marika was her consort who turned on her during the Ascension. It's possible Mesmer and Melina are children of Marika and the Glowmaid Queen. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of people that have that feeling. There was a really good submission last week about how they think that Marika was potentially married into her Empyrean status via like a horn scent person, and that's why like the Grand Dam calls her kid, like calls her a strumpet first off, because she's like having an illegitimate children via like a illegitimate marriage. But it's so interesting. Well, first off, hold up. I want to talk about, sorry, I'm like still focusing on the frozen maggots, and that like these guys are crying maggots out of their head. I really think that the caterpillar mask is the maggots. I think that the maggots are like coming out of their faces. Y'all. Doesn't Hornscent call her wife? No? Hornscent says wife? I always assumed the Hornscent... The Hornscent Grandam keeps sleeping. Let her rest. What? Don't we see them eating the maggots? They're crying, Duskers. They're not like eating. Hornscent calls her wifey. Oh, maybe I missed that. Let's grab the Hornscent DLC dialogue. Oh, I see. Assisting Letta. Oh, so you have to assist Letta. Fighting Letta in the Black Keep. In the end, I knew this day would come. The nature of your kind, I am certain, will always show itself. Given time, interfere not with my business, sell it. Assisting Letta. So, your mongrel blood shows through at least. I was a fool to expect more of you. Small wonder Mikola employed his spells. Do not interfere, this is my revenge. Apologies, oh mother, oh wife, and child. I see... I don't think that is in reference of Marika. I think that's in reference of like... He is getting revenge. So his family was killed during Mesmer's crusade. And that he's getting revenge for his mother, his wife, and his child who have died in the crusade. That's how I interpreted it. I don't think he's talking about... Yeah, he's mourning his family because he failed to get his revenge because you kill him. That was his personal family, yeah. Yeah. Let's keep going. Crying Maggots is a good band name. It really is. It's a good black metal name for sure. Or like gutter punk. The guy called Hornsent doesn't even have horns. He does. He does have horns. They're just at the tippy top of his head. He has maggots or caterpillars on his face, but then he has horns on the tippy top. See, these boys were crying over the maggots. See, I'm telling you. There's something there with like caterpillars and maggots. They have to serve the same function. Crying Maggot's new album, Jailed. Yeah. G1 Michigan reference spotted. Not the maggots. I miss him every day. Can we play Armored Core soon, you guys? I miss him and Iguazu really bad. Oh please, not the jar or anything but that. I promise I will never do it again. I swear a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me. Yes. Yes. Okay, good. Everybody in the chat. Everybody in the chat is so excited for Armored Core. There's new, I miss my boyfriend Rusty. There's new content that I haven't even played yet in Armored Core. Ow. Oh. All right, I'm like, okay, so I finally got confirmation from Loki, by the way, y'all. So sorry for the loud click clacking, but let me show you guys what is happening here. Okay, so I said I have another translation question for Loki. I'm sorry for all these queries. Is the caterpillar mask the same kanji as the frozen maggot item, or are they different words? It's super odd that the asset for both maggots and caterpillars are similar, but it makes sense if they just wanted to do asset shortcuts for time. And then Loki said, this is the kanji for caterpillar, this is the kanji that's being used for maggot. In case it comes up, maggot and worm here is different from the worm faces, which uses the typical term for earthworm. Granted, worm faces prove that Miyazaki has no problem with making them and maggot worms overlap, so make of that what you will. And I said, thanks. I just noticed that the jail NPCs are crying maggots from their face. I know it's been established that the filth in the sewers may be associated with bodily horns. I wonder if there's some kind of asceticism regarding maggots, flesh-eating grubs that causes the head horns. But yeah. Cool shit. Cool shit. Thank you, Loki. Thank you for helping. But yeah, it's pretty cool that the worm faces, like, there is just this, like, reoccurring motif of grubs, worms, caterpillars growing or coming from people's faces. And it's pretty neat. It is a neat concept. They're crying maggots? Yes, so Cuke, I noticed that every single NPC that is hovering over the frozen maggots is like sobbing. And the maggots are like crystallized in ice. It says they develop in great jar innards, but you find them in great jars and also in front of the faces of the people that are crying in the jail. Which is really weird. I'll have to go back at the entryway and show you. But so far we found like 4 NPCs that are crying over the maggots. It's when you find the maggots like as little crystalline deposits in the floor. I always thought they were cry eating. Maybe. They're also described as being food for the prisoners. Are they? Oh, a source of sustenance for the prisoners? So do you think they're just eating and crying? Messily eating them while crying? Yeah, it could be. That could be it. So then that would just be more of the Rykard stuff, right? If they're just eating jar innards and maggots. That's the Rykard 2.0 shenanigans. Oh, I forgot to change. Oh, Cooper, no! I'd cry too if I had to eat frozen bugs. I mean, yeah, I mean, especially if you know that the frozen bugs came from like the innards of other people. I'd be pretty fucked up about it too, to be honest. They're crying because they have brain freeze. Yeah, it's not the trauma of the jail, it's just that they have brain freeze. Would you still eat me if I was a frozen maggot? Yeah. Me stress eating in the belly rot jail. I want to know more about Rana. The civilization. Not Rao, but Rana. Because it seems like some of the shit that Tanith brought over goes crazy. Ow. I hate it here. I hate it here. Do you think grafting has any relation to jars? Just because we usually see the nobles as being the grafted ones, and the nobles seem to descend from shamans and Newman because of Marika. Yeah, of course, I do. 100%. Like, Godric is definitely the progeny of Marika in some way. Like, Marika's great nephew, I don't know. A distant relative. With these women. The maggots develop in the jars. That's weird considering that the jars are supposed to turn people into saints. Maggots generally are associated with dead flesh. Perhaps it was more of a physical idea of purification of specifically the flesh. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like, I kind of wonder if the maggots kind of help break the bodies down a little bit. I don't know. Do maggots clean wounds and disinfect? Do they? Somebody break out the ancient medicine practices. Do we know what it means to turn into a saint? Yeah, to invoke the will of an outer god. And usually that is via suffering. If you go through immense or extreme suffering, you're able to like invoke or take in the influence of an outer god. We've seen it with Romina and with Midra and with the fire giant and with who else? Melina, although she could just be like an aspect of the Glowmaid Queen, but she's able to take in the influence of Dust and Death when she sees Torrent get burnt. I don't know. Oh, well, you're blonde now. Yeah. Frenzy, yeah. Maggot therapy. This method has been used for centuries and involves the application of sterilized fly larvae to wounds to remove the dead tissue to promote healing. Okay, yeah, so that's probably what is happening here then. Maybe. Potentially. Ow! I despise this Drow Mage. Me too. I've already done it before, and like, I simply do not remember how to do it. Okay, wait. Be wary of left. Oh. Oh, no, fuck! Oh, okay, I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, I gotta get a running jump, and then I pressed circle to run and just, like, throw myself off. It's fine. The golems are worse. I don't know. I don't think so. At least not for me, with the builds that I've played through on. Empty cracked pot. Okay, cool. Trying to sneak through with my like ultra heavy armor. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll be okay. Fortnite. Okay, we're back at the beginning of the maze. Alright, so I just need to go straight back. If I even can. I can't. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I'm gonna be trapped in here forever. Oh wait, never mind. I say as I find the entrance exit. I feel like I've had a lot on my mind lately. Totally random and unrelated to Elden Ring. Which I think is also partially why I've taken a little break from social media. There's a lot of stuff happening family-wise and job-wise and like friend-wise. I'm trying to be much more present in my life. Like I'm trying to make sure that I make consistent plans with my friends and kind of embrace the fact that I'm usually the one that has to organize things. I don't know if any of y'all have that responsibility in your friend group, but there's kind of this like reluctance that I think I've had for like a hot minute about that. And I'm trying to just be better about it. I'm trying to just be like, yep, this is what I was meant, this is what I was built for. He's like herding the cats and rallying the troops. And I think I'm trying to like do that more now. Hey Cooper, it's okay. I saw a personal trainer during my lunch, and let me tell you, I am so out of shape that I'm ready to sleep right now. I get that. Oh my god, Emily. I used to work out before my job, but then I had to stop and switch it to being like evening workouts because I would fall asleep at like 11 a.m. Like, this was back during the work from home COVID situation. I would wake up at 7 before work started, and I would work out for like an hour and a half. And I was like going hard. And then by the time that like 11 a.m. rolled around, I would be like filling out like one pagers and like organizing information, and I would just like conk out at my desk. soul planner unite. I hate being the soul planner, and I got so tired of it, I had to stop for a while. Yeah, I think that like I typically like feel a little stressed out about it, but I think I've gotten better about understanding like what my friends need from me and the best way to go about it. I have a lot of like, including myself because I have ADHD, but a lot of my friends are neurodivergent. Like a lot of my friends are either on the spectrum or have ADHD as well. And so a lot of the time thinking about making plans can be very stressful. So when you say like, hey, what time are you free? That open-endedness is like really stressful, and a lot of people will just flake because of anxiety and like the openness of plans. And like they might try to talk themselves out of hanging out. Like they'll be like, oh yeah, I'll come over in the afternoon sometime. I'm feeling kind of low energy. I don't know. And like I go through that too, so I understand it. And I know that it has nothing to do with my friends like not wanting to hang out. They want to hang out. But it has more to do with the fact that like the uncertainty of planning and like how much energy you have throughout the day can wax and wane. And so I am just kind of, I like threw all my friends into a Discord group last night, and I'm just gonna like use the calendar on the server and just be like, you're coming at this time, this is the plan, this is the time, and like locking it in. I'm gonna lock it in from now on. It's gonna be great. Hell yeah. But I've also been going through like, oh man, I should do that. Yes, I think that helps with the paralysis of choice. Yeah, and like just the overall like plans not getting fully realized, and I want to commit to it. One of my friends decided that they wanted to like do like an old man fishing meetup where like they get together and do fishing. They go fishing really early in the morning. I want to do it. I'm about it. I want to commit to all these things. Neurodivergent brethren, rise up or don't, or do it later and do it after exhaustive worrying. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I might just like die here, so then that way I can stake of Marika really quick, because I don't have any of my mana or dragon. I don't have my dragon powers. It seems like I joined the correct stream level in Neurospicy Love. Yes, we all gotta like, oh, you didn't fucking, I was right now, I was staring at the stake of Marika, what the hell? I was locking eyes with the stake of Marika. Oh my god. Oh my god. We were staring at each other. Oh my god, this is the worst. I hate it here. I hate the jail so fucking much. You can't die by fall near stakes. Mariko was like, no thank you. This happened to me last time. Typical Marika, betrayed by everyone. Sorry for laughing at that, but God, I feel that. Please. Okay. Ain't that just the way? It really is. Also, on my journey of fixing my brain and showing up for my friends and like getting back on the job application thing. So I had interviews with Niantic a while ago. That went really well, and I got to the last round of interviews. But I didn't make it. Unfortunately, they went with someone else, which is totally okay because they wanted their candidate to be able to move to San Francisco. I don't know. I don't know if I would have done that. Oh shit, there's oh shit. I've never been over there, I don't think. Should I just die here? I'm gonna die here. I don't care about runes. I'm not built like that. I want to go to that treasure chest. That's more important. Okay, I just saw a little genocide goes a long way for a girl boss in the chat. Is it a talisman? I forgot. I don't remember. We didn't even play this DLC that long ago, and I don't, it's a jar, I think. Oh, for sure. I'm about it. I'm about getting that jar. Let's get it. Let's just do it. Fuck it. We have to do this whole fucking dungeon anyway. All over again. Runes are temporary, chests are forever. It's true. Gotta get that jar. What was I talking about though? Oh yeah, getting better about brain stuff and behavior stuff. So I had that interview with Niantic like a while ago, and I made it to the last round, which is very flattering. Like I feel very, very, very proud of myself for making it as far as I did. But I think that after that round of interviews and like not getting the job, for those of you that have been kind of following the gaming industry layoff saga, and then also like everything that I've been going through, y'all are probably familiar just with the state of things. But there's been people that will like apply to thousands of jobs, not hundreds, thousands. And they'll like, you know, go through several hundred rounds of interviews only to not get it. Not always because they don't qualify, but largely because the market is so competitive right now, and then also because sometimes a lot of jobs funding will just like disappear in the middle of the interview process. I've seen a lot of people say that they'll be interviewing for a position and then magically the position will like disappear and the team won't have the funds for the thing that they're interviewing for. Which is crazy. Okay, wait, hold on, sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to get over there. Let me get over there. Try jumping. I don't know if I want to try jumping. Oh, okay, here. Too bad Pokemon Go is in a really bad state. I wouldn't... So, like, the way that the producers work for Pokemon Go is that it's not... I mean, there's one kind of, like, senior or lead producer who manages the entire game, but a lot of the producers are segmented into, like, seasons. So you'll have, like, there's, like, an event planner, and then there's, like for the Pokemon Go Fest, but then there's, like, somebody who manages the fall season, somebody who manages the spring season, etc., etc. So I was just going to be one of the seasonal people. I wasn't going to be I wasn't going to be like the lead game owner. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I would have had... If I had joined the team, I wouldn't have been able to fix the game. Do you know what I mean? It would have been just like maybe like one season would be one that I was on. But even then, like, the Pokemon company branding guidelines are really strict. And so it can be quite difficult to God damn. It can be quite difficult to have like a really strong sense of creative control with the way that they're using the assets and everything. It's just, it's its own thing. It's hard to explain. Is this first playthrough? Nope. My first playthrough is on YouTube right now. This is our Dragon Crucible playthrough. Or Dragon Run. Would that be a seasonal job? No, so they cycle through their producers and their creators, so that way one person isn't having to manage everything, but it would have been a full-time employee position. It's just that most of the year, so say for example you're in charge of, and this is how most gaming companies work, is a lot of companies will have one person in charge of the spring season, but then the rest of the year is spent preparing and planning the assets, marketing, theme, experience points, rewards for said season. So you're literally spending like the entire year leading up to your season preparing for it. And then you just cycle through your creators to do the damn thing, which is great. It's a good way of not causing your employees to feel like they're crunched. But that being said, I got really far. I didn't get it, which is okay. But it made me feel like I was on the right track, you know? And then after that interview, I've had a lot of really small interviews that have been like going well, but then it doesn't pan out. And I think after like 5 interviews in a row that kind of felt like I had it, and then it not actually working out, I fully like crashed, I want to say like a week ago. Where I think that like I couldn't, it's weird. I feel really proud of myself. So before COVID, before like the industry being in the state that it's in, if I applied for something and I didn't get that job, just one interview, it was like the most devastating, because I always got the jobs that I applied for. Like I always made sure that when I was going into the interview that I was like, I had my shit together. I had a portfolio. I would print out my shit in like I would print out my resume in like a covered packet, like a folder, like a plastic folder. I would print it out on like fancy paper. I would, you know, yeah, it's about you. Yeah, exactly. It's totally not about, I'm not ranting about Niantic at all whatsoever, because like that is a dream company. And like it seemed like the company culture there and the people that worked there were fucking amazing, beautiful people, and I loved interviewing with them. Everyone was so funny, and like it just felt awesome. It's totally not a Niantic rant. This is a industry as a whole being really difficult rant. Have you tried walking and giving them a firm handshake and asking if any positions were available? My mom said that to me the other day. And I was like, no, they'll actually like look at you weird now if you do that. No, I meant I was ranting about Niantic. Oh no. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's take care of this boy real quick. Okay. I got Yosh. This fight was amazing the first time I screamed, oh shit, it's Yoda. Master Yoda, you survived. It was Master Yoda. Don't worry, Pokemon Go fans will hate on Niantic for you. It's okay though. But yeah, I just feel like I've had a lot of really close calls, which is good. That's good. It's good that I've gotten a lot of interviews and that like I've gotten further than like the first 2 rounds. That's a good thing. It's a very good thing. A lot of people aren't even hearing callbacks. And the fact that I've even had gigs in between now and like when the layoff started is also insane. And they're not just like, oh shit, did my restream just crashed. Thank you so much for the resub. Hold on, everybody. Oops. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. I just had a really annoying crash that just happened. That is not allowing me to be able to see you guys. Hey! I've lost you guys, I'm sorry. Are we back? Hello? Hello, are we back? I think I got it. That was so weird that it logged me out. Teacher's out, we can go crazy. Oh no, I'm back. It's the solar eclipse event, it's true. Do you think your YouTube and Twitch presence has helped your job search? A little bit. Like, so the fact that I have been able to work on stuff in tandem with Vati and like help Vati with editing and then also help with like just various random shit with like a German spy because I used to work for Future Press. There's a lot of like personal projects that I've been able to assist on that does put more stuff on my resume, but I do think that majority of what has like gotten me so far and given me so many opportunities is the fact that like my name is on multiple games and like I've shipped games before. So I have that in my portfolio. But yeah, as far as like media projects go, having the experience doing Twitch and YouTube does help. But as far as like video game projects go, not so much. People don't really give a shit if you're... A lot of video game companies are really out of touch, especially AAA gaming studios. They're really out of touch with the market and they're more in touch with academia, which is really bizarre. Like, most of the people that I used to work with that would do data analytics and crunch numbers, some of them were into video games, but like kind of on like a normie level, if you know what I mean. Most of them were PhD candidates or have PhDs, and their life's work is kind of takes precedence over you know, being up to their eyeballs in video games, which is fair. Okay, wait, I occasionally tune back in and re-notice the incredibly detailed and disturbingly accurate Trissy on your character's back, and then I tune out again, 100%. I keep that there as like a, I keep that there. I keep it out. To be fair, most people in gaming are normies. Yeah. I find that a lot of artists and narrative designers tend to be the ones that are like the hardcore nerds. There are a few programmers that I've met that are really into game systems, and they're more like tabletop RPG nerds. But there is like a subset of folks in the gaming industry who straight up have never touched a video game in their life. And like are business managers or researchers or, you know, whatever. There are some researchers though, that I can think of off the top of my head who are like hardcore gamers though. It's kind of a mixed bag. And it's not a bad thing, it's just like... Did I not sit at the... Oh no, I did. It's not a bad thing because the people that are not gamers, like for example, people that are like, people that are managing like accessibility features, they need to know enough about gaming to understand the way in which somebody interfaces with a game. But for the most part, you know, organizing panels and lab spaces and getting feedback from consumers doesn't really require you to know anything about game development so long as you're just accurately reporting players' sentiments. Because those are the people that matter, right? are like the people that, hold up, wait a second. Like, people that are playing your video game. Is this just a man with rocks? This man was just carrying rocks? Okay. A lot of people have like 1 or 2 games they play exclusively. My programmer friend literally just plays Flight Simulator and he's happy as hell. Yeah, exactly. What? Artists are nerds? Yeah. Every single one of you. Inserting dominance tactic. Fully. Those were nice rocks. They were. I was just curious. I wanted to know what they were about. You need to know the game to draw good smut after all. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll say that for sure about like the Elden Ring art community. They're like clocked into the lore more than I think a lot of people are because this game is so visual. What the fuck did I just join into? Somebody said, Kaio Santos in the chat, in Twitch. Sorry. That wasn't me saying that, unprompted. Kaio said it. It wasn't me. Kaio said you need to know the game to draw good smut. That was not me. That is not a Quelaag original quote. When I reread that, YouTube went crazy. YouTube was like, what did she say? Listen here, bucko. That wasn't me. Yeah, because you would never say anything weird. Yeah. I nervously am like covering the title of this stream. Just... YouTube doesn't know. It's good creativity juice. It's true. But yeah, so sorry, I like got fully distracted from my rambles. But I am like going through the motions of getting back in the mass application game post interview fails. I had like 2 back-to-back. So I had one with Niantic and then one with the Xbox podcast team, which like are fantastic people. We've worked with some of them in the past when I was working at Xbox. And I got to the second to last interview, but I didn't make it. Which is fair. Because I only have like... Hey, Cooper. Oh, Cooper. I know I heard him too. There's a big dog. There's a big dog barking. There's a big dog barking in the distance. Ooh, he's mad. Hey, Cooper, do you want a greenie? Or a treat? Yeah, you want treats. Good boy. Nope. You want treats, though. Right? Do you want to go get some beef? Some chicken? Do you want some beef? Do you want some chicken? Do you want some... Hold on, wait. Hey, Cooper. Do you want some chicken? Do you want some beef? Do you want some treats? Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm back. But, sorry. So much has happened. So much has happened. My girlfriend just shouted, Cooper's so cute. Good. He is cute. He's the best. But ooh, did I lose audio? I did. Oh, I lost the Elgato. Hold up. Cooper, do you want treats? Don't apologize. He deserved the treat. He did. The Elgato, no. Wait, a comedian I follow has accidentally taught her cat to respond to the word blood because she says that when she offers him meat juice when she's cooking. Blood. The blonde suits you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So a lot of stuff happened. So I didn't get those interviews. Everybody who I interviewed with was fantastic. It's been awesome. It's just been such a really hard job market. And I think before, when I was much younger, if I failed one interview, I would take it. I didn't take it well. I would definitely like. I remember there was this one producer interview that I shoot my shot for. I shit my shot for. Back before the industry had its falling out. This was like, I want to say in 2020. And I remember not getting it, and I remember like for a month just like laying on the floor and being like, ugh, and like listening to music and just being like so extra. But now it's like I can do like 10 job interviews back to back and not get them and be like, all right, on to the next one, and like continue refining my portfolio and refining my resume and just like getting my shit together. But for some reason, after these last two, oh, I fall into a spiral every time I don't get into a job. Yes, right, New? You have to like you rethink. It causes you to rethink your whole life, like how your productivity is tied to your self-worth and how you aren't worthy enough, or how you could have answered questions differently, or like it puts you through a whole internal crisis. But I feel like right now I'm like learning how to see the silver lining of like, hey, I made it past the first round of interviews. They liked me. I just am missing a little bit more experience. Just a little bit more experience. I have an existential crisis if I make a bad pancake. Real, real, so real. The only time I've ever not been upset about not getting a job is when they told me I would, but then retracted the offer because of an internal person who suddenly decided they wanted the job. That's like the fucking worst. Oh, I'm so sorry. Every decision I've ever made has led me to this moment, and they were all the wrong choices. Yes, exactly. Like regretting going to school, regretting getting my degree, regretting putting myself in student loan debt. Like, maybe I should have just been a YouTuber this whole time. Why the fuck did I take a 6-year hiatus? Like, what the fuck is my problem? I could have been making videos because that's what I'm doing anyway right now. You know, like going through that whole second guessing my entire life moment. And just like, just having one of those moments. But I haven't had one of those in like a hot minute. Usually, you could have been Mr. Beast. I could have been Mr. Beast. No, I don't think in that, to that extent. I think I probably would have gone down the rabbit hole of becoming like an art appreciation account, probably. If I had like nailed or hammered down what I wanted to do early on. In my opinion, even though at certain moments it can be hard, regretting leads only to more negativity when you cannot do anything about anything you regret because it's in the past. 100%. And I've gotten so much better about do your best Mr. Beast thumbnail face. Like that. I have to be looking directly at the wait, where's the camera? Yeah. Bruh. But at the same time, like, one, I don't think I would be in the space that I am at now if I didn't get my degree, because a large part of my degree focused on social science and history, so obviously I wouldn't have the knowledge that I have now to appreciate art in the same way that I would have. So a lot of my art appreciation is self-taught, but some of it isn't. A lot of like the ancient history background that I have regarding Mesopotamia, like that is all art history courses that I took throughout the years. And then I took like an archaeology course when I went to community college as well for like an art elective, because we were getting into agricultural art and societies out of this college that had a really awesome archaeology department. It was fucking sick, y'all. And I wouldn't have had those experiences if I didn't go to school. So like really appreciating my student loan debt and what it's given me as far as like appreciating art goes. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel great. I feel great about it, you know? I appreciate it. I just yearn for academia. I know, right? Like if I could just go, if there was a place like an old-timey school that was funded by like the state where you got to just go sit in on archaeology courses and like biology and chemistry and stuff, I would just go. I simply would just go. Oh fuck. You know? Why not? I'm fucking, I can't even jump. I can't even jump like up one staircase. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so toasted. Okay. That's really disciplined though. Good that you're exercising that resilience. Yeah, I'm exercising like it's like, you gotta exercise the resilience, you gotta exercise like being honest with yourself about the ways in which you have to improve. Like, there are things I need to build my, like I need to fix my portfolio. There's some things that I do need and that like I'm able to be honest with myself about needing. And I feel pretty proud of myself for being able to like have those honest sit downs with myself, but not going down that slippery slope of like self-depreciating, like a self-depreciating mindset. Do you know what I mean? It's such a... Ladies, will this be a VOD? Yeah, it'll be a VOD. I'll keep it up. The only reason why the last one wasn't a VOD was because I accidentally said something that I wasn't supposed to. But I will be relisting it once the thing I talked about is officially announced. Anyway, yeah, the Sulk Spiral, 100%. Yeah, it's acknowledging what you need to and not letting it overwhelm you. Yeah, exactly. You said a bad word. No, it wasn't a bad word. There are a lot of artists that I know and that are in the chat, and I may have talked about an art project I wasn't supposed to yet, but it'll be out soon, so as soon as it gets officially announced, I'll relist the stream. Girl, did you leak your own business? No, it wasn't mine. It was a gamer moment. I dropped Minecraft 2. Yeah, I leaked Minecraft 2 live on stream. I don't want to pry, but would being a streamer be a sustainable option instead of going back into the industry? So, Lamlace, if, hypothetically, if I moved back to Nevada, or if I moved to, like, not Washington State, if I moved to anywhere else, I would be good. I would be good to not only pay rent, but to also pay off my student loans. I don't think I would be able to afford health insurance, but I think that I would be stable to continue making content for you guys as like a full-time thing. But unfortunately, because of the fact that I am dating somebody who has a kid and we have to stay in a particular spot, it is like one of the more expensive states to live in. And I feel like keeping the family together is like the most important thing. So it's, you know, hypothetically what I could do is like I could I mean, like, me and my partner have talked about it, and he doesn't want me to move out or to have to move out, but I could move further away from the city and stay in Washington and just go and like visit them, but have my own space, like more inland or like further north. I didn't know Washington was bougie like that. Yeah, it's it is a it became like San Francisco 2.0 because Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and like all of those companies all moved in here and just like blew up the housing market. And so now it's just like incredibly expensive to live out here. I literally left the Bay Area to avoid this shit, but also it's kind of like a can't escape it because all the job opportunities are around these places. But yeah, hold on, wait, let me see. Let me see if 2024, 2025. Yeah, so most expensive cities to live in the United States. Seattle comes in at number 18. And this is not states, this is cities. Hold on, let me do most expensive. Okay, so the most expensive. I keep saying extensive, help. Okay, wait, so Hawaii, California, Alaska? Wait, is this right? Expensive. Alaska? Why is Alaska expensive to live in? Washington's at number 8. Who even lives in Alaska? I know. How is it like... But yeah, top 10 by state, Seattle is number 8 most expensive. Because you have to charter a plane to go to the grocery store, har har. Importing food, yeah, it's probably the food prices. Alaska's expensive because of logistics. I can't wait to be in Seattle for PAX. Being in the Pacific Northwest brings my soul so much peace. I hope I'll be able to go this year. I would love to see you. I really want to go. The Pacific Northwest is wonderful. I think I should just figure out a way to move more inland someday, probably. But yeah, I'm just trying to like... Isn't California super expensive? Yes, California is very expensive. Yeah, Washington's up there. Have you ever tried moving around in a basically unmaintained winter wonderland? It's the best kind of insane. Yeah. There's a lot of really good places like that near where I live. Who would you say your favorite DLC NPC is? Oh, Ansbach really does carry the story on his shoulders. I would say as far as like writing goes, Ansbach is like the best written and rounded character. Him and Freya, I love a lot. I love both of them a lot. But like, I also love, as like a funny tee-hee ha-ha, some of the NPCs that bring me the most joy. Maybe, okay, wait, hold on. Favorite would be Saint Trina, as far as the demigods go. Saint Trina is like a huge fucking deal. And all the dialogue that she had made me cry. Polier is great. I actually love like almost everybody in the DLC. This is a hard question. This is a really hard question. Ingon, yeah. Illiterate Queen Freya. Yes, her being in the library, being like, the whole time was great. I love her so much. She's so dumb. The Saint Trina voice lines were amazingly done. Absolutely. I love how much love Tolier is getting online. Yes. Then do you hate some of the DLC NPCs? Not. I mean, like, Letta makes me want. She's a well-written character because of how much I want to punch her in the throat. Like, if you can write a character that makes me want to like rub their nose in shit, you've done a really good job writing. Like, I want to bite Letta in the neck, and not in like a attractive way, in like a I'm on bath salts kind of way, you know. It's on sight when I see her. Florida type biting, yeah, exactly. It's not like a sexy kind of bite. It's like a Florida man type biting. Letta's a paranoid fanatic, but she also helped me beat Rolana, so it's impossible to say if she's bad or not. So true. On a scale of sexy to bath salts, how do you want to bite someone? I'm a weakling, I'd fold to her. Florida man bites lady Letta's face off. I was actually thinking about getting bangs when I bleached my hair a little bit. And then when I did that, I was like, shit, I'm gonna be rocking like the Letta look. Letta's incredible work, her dialogue and vibe remind me of a woman who I knew who was in the military, and legit she had the same exact intonation and approach, barring murder. Yeah. I think that like, there's a lot going on. Yes, you'd be in your Letta era. It's true. You'd look so cute with bangs. I used to have bangs, but I grew them out, and I can't tell if I hate it or not. Because I have like a pretty fucking big forehead, y'all. I'm working with a lot of real estate here, but at the same time, when I cut bangs, my hair is just less filled out over here. I got like 6 strands of hair that I'm working with, to be honest. I don't got a lot going on. I'm mega mind pilled. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Can't actually see where I'm supposed to go. My backlight is foiling me again. Zoom. I think I'm safe. We're so back. We're so good. I need to actually get some lightning bolts because I think I need to be able to kill some of the casters. Yeah, this motherfucker. This guy that's up here somewhere. He's up there. Fucking hate these men. Dryleaf Dane's voice actor is so... Yeah. It makes me wonder who Letta was before being charmed. She's the same person. After Miquella's rune breaks and everybody's charm goes away, Letta is like, oh shit, it's still me, baby. I'm still the same woman I was. These casters are my Bayle. Do you know that they have little babies in their cloaks? Did you guys see that? They got little babies in there. Oh my god. Yeah, Letta might be the funniest Elden Ring character. She essentially explains, I know I'm crazy, I'm not gonna do anything about it, but I know. She does. She flat out says, like, You know, this whole thing has made me realize how much I don't fucking trust people. Oh well. This whole thing has made me realize that I'm a paranoid fanatic. Oh well. Baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do. Lita, after the rune break, is thinking about killing everybody for treason. Yeah, the only thing that's different about Lita is that, like, instead of being nice to everybody, she's ready to murder. She's ready to commit, like, a political assassination. She's self-actualized. Are the babies unalive? Yeah, the babies are unalive. Hold on, let me see if I could get in there. Ow. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Me. Where's my stones? Where's my stones? Boop. Can you come near my stones? There's a little baby in there. Oh my god, my stones. Hold on, everybody. He keeps turning around. Okay. Whoop. Ow. Can I, oh, I can just do this. Hold up. See there? There's a baby in there. It's got a baby in there. You see that? Thanks for standing still, guy. You see his little baby? Oh, ow! Little guy alert! Little guy alert. Is that Elden John? Dude, I don't get the baby. Okay, but why? Death and rebirth? What the fuck? He's posing for you. I also like that Freya learns about the nature of Mikla and Radahn's vow, and she decides to defend Mikla, and to me that means that Radahn truly wanted to be Mikla's consort. Yeah, so like, I talked about this in the video, but we talked about how Helfin is like Valhalla, and that people that are granted a true warrior's death get to go to Valhalla. But also, something that I failed to mention in the video, which I feel like is also important to this, is that Malenia is a Valkyrie. She's Valkyrie, and the Valkyries are the ones that snatch your body and take it to Valhalla. So like, the fight between Radahn and Malenia had to happen. It had to happen. She was the Valkyrie who was going to take Radahn's soul and send it to the realm of shadow, but it ended in a stalemate, and Radahn got scarlet rotted and was just like a psychopath for a hot minute. Ingon is my kind of guy. He's literally too angry to die. Has one single goal, and that's to fuck up the dude who did him wrong. Completely chill, otherwise appreciate that. Good smoke, buddy. I feel like Ingon is like the manifestation of how spite and pettiness is such a valuable motivator. You know? Getting shit done out of spite is one hell of a drug. Nope. Campsite ahead. Alright. How do y'all feel about Horn Scent? I understand where the guy's coming from, but I look at what his people did and I can't help but feel like he may not be completely justified. Maybe that's the lib shit and me would appreciate other perspectives. I feel like, for example, say if you have a ruler who is causing you to like torture people against their will, yeah, that ruler should have been like killed. But then do you think that the genocide of all of his family members and like the innocent civilians who just grew up in that system should also be annihilated? That's a separate issue. That's another. There's a point in which both Marka and the Horn Scent are both right. And that point is Marika was right to fight for her material well-being. And so was the Horn Scent. The Horn Scent fully deserved to like punch Mesmer in the throat. Did they stop? Did they stop when they overthrew the person in charge? No, they did not stop. They did not stop. Like, if somebody says, I'm gonna kill all your friends and your family and then you, it makes sense that you're killing them back out of self-defense. But then if you're like, oh, this person who threatened me and my family, I'm going to kill them back, but then I'm also going to like kill every single person associated with them back, doesn't make any sense. That is like going too far. You're getting into people that have, it's the same kind of mentality of you know, like this person is friends with somebody I don't like, so therefore their whole friend group is fucked up. That's some brainworm shit. That's some brainworm shit. It's just that one person. It's just that one person that you don't get along with, you know? Horn Scent could have had it all. Scorpion soup with grandma, dead Mesmer. He threw it all away, shaking my head. I know, right? The never-ending cycle of revenge. Basically, no one breaks the cycle except us. Yeah. And it's okay to... So, for example, say if a society is doing something that's oppressive, it's okay for that society to reevaluate their morals and, like, their behaviors and learn and grow. That's called reformation. That's called reform, babes. That's called healing. That's called cultural healing. All societies should be allowed to experience that. Right? So even if the Horn Scent was a perpetrator or practice ascetic beliefs, after your ruler is overthrown by a given society, and this is topical, and I hate to fucking say it's topical, but it is, with some shit that is happening right now in the real world. But like, if there is a culture that has experienced unconsensual abuse and harassment, historically, throughout history, they absolutely have the right to evaluate what that means for them. But does that mean that they get to displace other people? Does that mean that they get to, like, say if they perceive those other people as a threat, does that allow them the justification to, like, yeah, Valkyria says, genocide is inexcusable. I see why Marika came to the conclusion that it was necessary, but at a point she should have taken a step back and recognized the evil that she was about to commit. 100%. And I think the way that this comes about is that, like, even though people that are victims of extreme trauma, they, while they deserve to be to have justice, they can't be the ones who are enacting that justice. You can't be the judge, jury, and executioner when you've experienced trauma, unfortunately. You can't. You can't make the decision because you are like still an open, you're still an open wound. You're still like hypersensitive because of the trauma that you faced. And I think that like a lot of people that experience abuse or trauma don't want to hear that they're not in the place to make those kinds of decisions because they want to feel like they have control over their situation. And that's just good writing, babes. That's good writing. Justice doesn't equate to vengeance. Exactly. It isn't like Marika exactly opposed just genocide either. She genocided multiple cultures who never did her any wrong on the grounds that they might someday. Yes. And it's, yes, she blew up Belurot, but like also she fully buried the wandering caravan alive underground and like took the Omen and like put them in the sewers and like committed mass war and colonization and imperialization. Like she did a lot. That it is crazy to me that people kind of struggle to see the point is that suffering begets suffering. Yeah, kill the fire giants too, the list goes on. Yeah. Suffering begets suffering. Because when you're a victim, you feel like you deserve a lot. There's this really great book. I like talk about Thich Nhat Hanh, who's like a Buddhist monk on here all the fucking time, but he did a really good book about what home means, and that a lot of people that have experienced generational trauma, wartime trauma, or genocide will oftentimes feel this immense desire to retreat to or find like their home or their homeland, and will like become fixated with this idea of a geographical place. And like in a lot of circumstances it's true. There are a lot of like indigenous cultures that have been like kicked out of their lands, and like to desire to go back is like very strong. But he's like trying to teach a huge generation of people how to like find home within the self, because there are going to be times throughout history where we don't always have access to like the things that we associate with home or the things that we perceive as home. So he was talking about specifically the people in Vietnam who like had to flee, or the people during like World War II who had to flee, learning how to like reconcile the loss of shelter or like the loss of the place that you belong to, because there's like this whole attachment of like I remember there's this video that was going around where somebody was just shouting, nobody deserves a pure ethno-state or a traditional ethno-state, and that's like so true. That's so true. Like, I know that the desire to return to traditional locations is like very strong, but it's fucked all the way down, and you kind of have to learn how to be happy with where you are. It's fucking hard. What if the Spaniards that were born and raised in America, in America, Inca, and Empire still regard Kingdom of Spain as their true home? I mean, that's like that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who've had land taken from them, not colonizers themselves. This is about people who've lost. And the Spaniards were not in the business of losing, they were in the business of colonizing. Oop. They can live here without an ethno-state like they did before, talking about the Horn Sun, of course. Yeah, exactly. But the goal of Mesmer's crusade was to completely annihilate the Horn Scent. There wasn't the intention for anybody to be left behind, to continue Yeah, the Spaniards were not on the losing side of the colonial era. Yeah. Bye, Emily. Have a good one. Yeah, indigenous people overthrowing their colonizers is good, but genocide is bad. These are not the same thing. Yes. Like, say for example, if someone is forcing you to exist in abject poverty and like fucking up your ability to exist and live in like a stable material situation, not that they're taking your extreme wealth away from you, but say for example, if you were just chilling and somebody sees the means of like food and air, and you know, if someone sees those means and you couldn't access them, then like, yeah, it makes sense that you would then push back to be able to have the basic material needs that you need to survive. That makes sense. But then to go a step further and be like, okay, now that I've gotten the things that I want, now I need to completely kill all the men, women, and children and anybody associated with that regime. That is like the step too far. And I think that's the thing in which a lot of people are like struggling to reconcile, surprisingly, that I've noticed. Like a lot of people within the Elden Ring community are trying to understand that like just because a group or like a government body does something bad, that like the people within that given society deserve grace and deserve a means to like find a better way to live. It goes crazy. This conversation goes crazy, and it's one that I'm actually surprised that we even have to have. You know? See ya, Noomum. Personally, I would just dodge roll through all the political nuance. No, I think it's important. Like, I think, and I talk about this like ad nauseum, but I think the anti-intellectualism regarding politics and media is really, really, really bad for society. Like, not every single thing has to be about, like, some media doesn't have to be about anything. Some media can just be dumb, fun, like, bad guy punches the good guy. Like, not everything has to be deep. But at the same time, when people are telling you that something doesn't have political or spiritual allegories, they're just lying to you. When, like, it's very obvious that there are. Words mean things. Yeah. Yeah. And, like, it's okay to confront what an author or a director is trying to say with their work. Or, like, a writer. You know, like, it's okay to confront that. And to be like, hey, I agree or disagree with the point that this artist is making. There's a lot of artists that I like who I disagree with heavily. Like, I will be the first to stand up on a podium and say, I don't like Lars von Trier's ideology, but makes really impressive visual and technical films. All art is political, even if it gets tiresome. Yeah. The Matrix is about shooting guns and wearing sunglasses. I don't like the fact that Lovecraft was a racist. Yeah, same. Okay, I know a lot of people fucking hate Lovecraft's purple prose, but I love Lovecraft's purple prose. I love the way that he describes things. Do I agree with him? No, I don't. I actively disagree with the man. Do I think he's a phenomenal writer? Yes, and I love the way his words make my brain feel. It feels like pouring maple syrup into my brain synapses. It feels good. It feels right. But I'm also able to be like, hey, this guy fucking sucked. Yeah, being talented and horrible are not mutually exclusive, yes. And so I think that a lot of people who... Oh, a lot of people will try to like ignore political messages because it's things that they disagree with. So like say if there is a piece of media that's like, the West is fucking bad. The West is really fucking bad and like Western colonizers are awful. Armored Core 6. If a game says that, a lot of people will just be like, eh. I simply do not see it. I simply do not see it. Oh. Which is like so fucking frustrating. Because anti-intellectualism in a nutshell is a really good way for a lot of, I mean, this is like literally, once again, Umberto Eco, thank you. Eco. I'm not Italian. I don't know how you say his name. His little essay on like fascism and how like hyper machismo and anti-intellectualism are like signifiers of fascism. Like, come on. As soon as you start depending on aesthetics and bravado, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. Being able to say things aren't political is practically the definition of privilege. Yeah. Quilla, can I ask what you use to brainstorm with a web of pictures? Yes, it's a free program called Miro. The C is hard. I'm Italian, and the C is hard. So Echo? If it's two C's back to back, is it a ch or a k? I feel more like progressive communities run into this problem too, where they completely write off any worthwhile art by problematic creators might have and operate under the belief that all art and creators are completely virtuous. Yeah, I agree with that, Lamppost. Or that like you can only interface with art that's virtuous. Like, yeah, virtue signaling is definitely like really frustrating because I feel like art that is like literally what I was just talking about with Lovecraft. You can interface with art that is like very influential and good, and then figure out how to respond to it or figure out how to relate to it. That's what Miyazaki did with Bloodborne. Okay, so C followed by an O is K rather than CH. Okay. But like two C's followed by like an I would be a ch sound, like Fibonacci, kind of. I think people equate good art with moral goodness. Or they like will want to, I think it's just because people want to see themselves in art in a lot of circumstances. It feels good. It feels good when you feel seen in art, but at the same time, I think that it requires like a certain kind of person to be able to interface with art that maybe they don't see themselves in and try to understand it. I don't know. But doctor, I'm Pagliacci. I was hoping for a blood flame dragon. Me too! I was hoping for like a bunch of different dragon breaths. Spelling something wrong and having to endure slow mode is psychological horror. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm sorry slow mode has to be on. We want to see good in art, and we also want to be good. It's true. There's nothing bad about it, but I just think that a lot of people aren't willing to, like... I think humans just don't want to interface with people that maybe they might disagree with. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of Japanese art and artists kind of critical about the West for good reason. For good reason. But also critical about themselves. Sekiro was, like, fully, like, a very hard critique on a lot of Japanese ideology. I'm gonna... My favorite thing in Bloodborne is how killing gods makes you horny. Okay, wait. We got the lizard greatsword, it's over. Oh yeah, Sekiro is a big-ass mirror. Yeah. Azalea Banks 1000% would not be able to make her music if she weren't crazy. Yeah. Eee! Oh no! Do Twitch subs get access to the Discord? I'm trying to figure out a way to, like, do that, and so far I've been manually handing out... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna die. Please, 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 please. Fuck. I'm so dead. I'm just toast. No, it's over. It was done. Seeing ourselves in the artwork of a flawed creator is the very nature of being human, I think. I agree with that, too. I think, it's really, like, I definitely feel that way with, so when I saw the movie, I also don't recommend this movie, by the way. When I saw the movie Antichrist, and Melancholia, these are all Lars von Trier movies. When I went through his depression trilogy, which was like a series of movies that he made when he was institutionalized, right? I am somebody that struggles with depression severely. I have major depressive disorder. And so when I was going through these movies, there was something so primal about the way in which I related to parts of them. But because of the way that I internalize my own depression and cope with my own depression, throughout the years of my life, maybe it's because my depression wasn't received well by my caregivers. I was definitely, like, given the bootstrap mentality of, like, just get over it, and the way in which I coped with my depression was by turning it into anger towards myself, and by kicking my own ass to the point where I don't know how to relax. So when I was watching somebody else make a movie about the way in which they process their depression, I had, like, this violent reaction to them where I just wanted to roll up to Lars von Trier and, like, punch him in the head. But then I realized it's just largely an echo because of the fact that he's allowed to lament and to create this art around how tired and, like, broody he is. Does that make sense? Can you stream that? No, absolutely not. I would never stream Antichrist. You're trying to punch the mirror, yeah. I think also, too, because Antichrist is very gendered. You have a male talking about his relationship with depression, and a female, me, femme person, who feels very strongly about my masculinity and also has never been allowed to rest. And there are times where I feel like I'm on bath salts There are times where, like, you guys know that, hold on, you guys know that, that gif of that dog getting, like, blown in the face with a leaf blower and it's like, like, you guys know, do you guys know that dog? I feel like that's me whenever, like, I'm having to confront or deal with my depression. That is the type of person that I am. The bulldog. No, it's not a bulldog. It's like a, hold on, let me, dog. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This one. Like, I feel like that's me on the day today. Like, yeah, that's me on the day today and how I've learned how to live with my depression. Oh, I had no idea that was from a leaf. I don't know if it's from a leaf blower or like a hair dryer or something is like blowing its face and it's trying to, dogs will do this thing when they're around air or like a stream of water where they'll try to bite it. And that dog was trying to bite the air. So anyway, yeah, Discord access. I feel like the best way to go about getting Discord access is to DM me on Twitch or to join my Patreon. But the reason why I'm like very hesitant about giving the Discord out is because I have 2 stalkers. And I just like needed a break from having to manage access to that because they won't stop. They simply will not stop. Wait, I used to consider that my superpower, working even harder while feeling like shit. It turns out maybe not a superpower. Yes, same. Like, whenever I feel really depressed and anxious, instead of like confronting my feelings, I run. I run so fast and so hard. I'm like full speed ahead. Like I'm gonna punch the shit out of my feelings. Repression, I don't know her. She doesn't exist because I've killed her. Also, fuck that spell so hard. I hate that spell. But yeah. I want to cast that spell. Me too. It's not fair that we don't have access to it. I wish we got it, yeah. But yeah, that is the reason why. I mean, there's like other reasons why I can't really engage with Lars von Trier movies, but like, it's like the weird bath salts feeling that they give me. That makes it really difficult to cope with. But I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn how to be more forthright with all that stuff and learning how to process depression and grief. The last 2 years, especially with the layoffs, have been huge. Have been huge, like, self-realization moments. Learning how to like deal with failure and with my anxiety and depression and all that shenanigans, all while being off of my medication because hell yeah, of course. Hell yeah, of course. Oh shit. Oh my god, no. Trial by fire mode of learning, yeah. I wish I was 100% self-sufficient that I never work again and go live on a nice farm somewhere. Yeah. Nymphomaniac by Laura. Yes! Oh my god. Okay, wait. So Good Hunter, Antichrist, and Nymphomaniac and Melancholia all made me very mad. But for a lot of different reasons. Some of it is because I feel like, and he's said this in interviews before, that he will oftentimes portray himself through his female characters. Which makes me want to punch him in the head even more. Not because I feel like, I don't know. It is not because I feel like I'm like, ooh, you're portraying women wrong. That's not how I feel. It's more like, oh, if you also feel like a woman and you wish to portray yourself through the eyes or the lens of a woman, let me introduce you to the concept of having to endure for the sake of others. Chronically, to the point that where it makes you sick and gives you an autoimmune issue. By punching, I'm gonna do it by punching you in the head. So you also get to experience the autoimmune issues that come with having to take care of your entire family, or, you know, worry about your friend group, or yeah, Midra type beat. Yeah. Thanks for openly talking about your relationship with depression. It's oddly comforting to hear people articulate their experience with it. It often helps me understand my own very epic. Thank you so much. Gender equity through CTE. Okay, hold on, let me... But we're all kind of trapped in our own cycles. It's really frustrating too when you are very close with somebody, or you know somebody that also has cycles that you're aware of, and you're being patient with them, but they just continue to treat you the way that they treated everybody else in their life, and it's just kind of like, ah, yes. Ah, yes. Friendship is cool, and patience is cool, and grace is cool, and I'm trying my best. My brain feels broken sometimes. It's nice to not feel alone. We're not alone, and I think that that's why giving each other and our friends grace and patience is really important. Oh. I'm venting right now, but like at the same time, I genuinely love my friends and I will fucking die for them. I will fucking die for them. At what point is that just their character versus their mental disorder? So that is an interesting question. Because a lot of times our behavioral loops, and this is like fully me coming at it from my perspective when I used to work in behavioral therapy, but a lot of people are typically just responding to, it's like a feedback loop. Oh wait, hold on. So for like, I feel like they're married. I feel like by saying things like somebody's internal character versus their mental disorder, a lot of times there's a relationship between like the things that we would innately and naturally do and the things that society requires of us that we're like responding to, or that like our family had required of us over the years that we're responding to. And it's like it obviously varies from person to person, and there's all these different feedback loops that are like very specific and very unique and very granular to every single person. So it's not like there's a one-size-fits-all answer. to that question. Also, I'm so sorry, Virgo. Just responding to the author. Yeah. It's totally okay to like take a beat, Virgo, for yourself to be able to like just take care, just get by. Sometimes all you gotta do is just get by for a little bit before you make the leap. And like, good on you for recognizing that and for allowing yourself to like rest, because holy shit. Okay, I'm still processing the implications of this sword because it seems to be related to both the ruins of Unt and the ruins of Ra. And one is like the altar of light and the altar of darkness, which definitely seem to be tying into like the ancient meteorite. But I don't fucking know. Where do you think the stone sheathed sword fits the lore? I definitely, like I said, I think that it's like there are two different groups. Oh my god. And I think that one is like the civilization of light and one is the civilization of darkness, or the abyss. And Midra's Manse is like located where Unt used to be, and Belurat is tied to where Ra used to be. But Unt and Ra seem to both be light and darkness, and they seem to be like the twin cities of light and darkness. But yeah, Unt has a lot of similarities with Ra. I assumed Unt was a part of Ra culture. Yeah, they could be. They could be part of the same. What's this sheathed stone sword supposed to be used for? Let me show you, actually. Hold on. Real quick, let me show you guys. If you guys hadn't done this yet, it's really fucking cool. And I actually haven't done it all the way on my character because I'm scared to do it. And I want to do it for a video, I think, at some point. But yeah, hold up. Let's go visit all of the ruins because this is fun. This is a fun little thing. It's probably one of my favorite things in this game. I'm already here, I think. Wait, where do I need to go? No, I need to go over here. Okay. Sicko the virus, lol. Listen. Field trip. It's field trip time. Hold on. Okay. Sadly, you can't get the stone version back. Yeah, that's exactly why I haven't done this yet. Because I am scared. Okay. So we need to go this way and down. And just straight. Okay. But yeah, so like, what happened to Burpo the Fowl? Burpo the Fowl is Sicko the virus. They're the same. They're the same person. See if I can get there from over here. But yeah, I think that like, I'm trying to learn how to be more understanding of my friends' needs. And then there's that like, there's kind of like that, I think the thing that I'm sussing out still, and that I think a lot of us are sussing out because we live in a pretty weird, we live in a society, right? We live in a weird society that's very individualist, and we like to put ourselves and our well-being first as opposed to the well-being of our communities. Unless you're in an immigrant family or have people in your family that have kept the tradition of collectivism alive, where you have to prioritize your family well-being over your individualist well-being. That's a whole thing. But I do think that for a lot of us that are kind of trapped in the intersection of that, because I do have family members who are immigrants, kind of trapped in the intersection of understanding where the self ends and others begin, because it is a little bit codependent when you're in a collectivist society, but then becoming really close friends with people that are very individualist and who don't understand collectivist mentality around social feedback. So like, if you're from like a collectivist culture, usually if somebody does something for you, you really make it known that you will do the same thing back to them or for them. Everybody's like, ah, what the fuck? Yeah, there's a secret bridge here, by the way. There's a secret bridge here. Yeah, sorry everybody, I totally just like ignored. Well, the question is individualist versus selfishness. Yeah, but like, it's not, I think that there's like, there's a path of individualism that is collectivist in nature, right? Like the mentality of I need to make sure that I am stable and I am taken care of well enough, so therefore I can then take care of other people. That is a blend of individualism and collectivism. But I think that sometimes for a lot of people, they get fixated on the first part and they never make that leap of faith into the second part, because the second part requires effort and commitment and self-sacrifice. And that's where it gets really difficult for a lot of people. But yeah, anyway, so what I just did, for those of you that have never been here before, is the second layer. So you go from the Church of the Bud down the elevator to the second layer that's over here. And there's this room filled with buds and little worshipping boys. If you go past them, over here there's this destroyed bridge that connects to this building on the map. My girlfriend doesn't understand that she needs to be doing okay in order to take care of others. Yeah, so I have that too, Valkyria, and when I push myself so far to the point where I burn out, taking care of other people, or I will like burn myself out by not accepting help from other people. That is like when you're in the pits of hell of collectivism as it's like a bad thing. Does that make sense? Like, collectivism can be a good thing ultimately, because our communities need to take care of each other, because a lot of times our political systems won't, so we have to depend on each other. But when you are like the primary or like sole organizer or caretaker or whatever, it can like give you brain rot in the same way that hyper individualism can give you brain rot. Collectivism and individualism are often used as dogmatic terms that lead to a lot of harmful understanding and discourse. Yeah, I'm not using them in that sense. Whenever I talk about collectivism and individualism, it's never about one being better than the other. It's about two different ideologies, that one focuses on collective communal health first as a function, and then individualism focuses on the health of an individual first. And then that could bleed over into collective health. But yeah, I think that if one is prioritized over the other, or one is like glorified over the other, it's not really like an accurate portrayal on like how human systems work or how we understand the self. Because like, yeah, we can exist, but we're also existing within like constant social feedback and our existence within other people. Individualism is different from individuality. We're talking about, yeah, because like as those things pertain to here, for people that like are uncertain as to what that is, it is a social theory favoring freedom of action for individuals over collective or state control. That is in reference to a free market as well, but individualism typically focuses on the well-being or the health of an individual. So say if you are in an individualist society, you would need to prioritize your health and your well-being before you think about others. But like if you grew up in in certain like cultures or certain families that don't prioritize individual health first. It's different. And I've noticed that like growing up in like a Mexican family, it has fully like made it difficult for me to understand a lot of other types of types of ideologies. I don't know, it's been weird. Okay, so that was the ruin. For those of you that don't know how to get there, all you have to do is go to the Church of the Bud and then go down the elevator and straight out the back. There's an invisible bridge that takes you here. But that's one of the ruins that you can go to unsheath that sword. And then the second one is over here. Evil Thatcher. I still haven't killed this this furnace golem that's out here. But yeah, so like for example, and this isn't a good thing, by the way. I'm going to talk about some examples here of collectivist and individualist scenarios, and they're not all going to be like in a positive light, by the way. And I don't think that I have like I don't think that I have a favorite. I just have what's familiar to me. But say for example, if hold on, let me make it lighter in here because it's quite dark. Say for example, if you fuck up because you're depressed and it impacts like something that your family is planning, like it impacts like say your family's getting together for somebody's graduation and you're in charge of sending out the invitations and getting the floral arrangements and getting blah 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 blah. If you have a depressive episode and your ability to follow through with all of those things falls apart, if you come to your family members and say, hey, I'm depressed, I can't take care of this right now, it doesn't always go over well because you're focusing on yourself and your feelings, and you're not thinking about how your experience is impacting everybody else. And I think for healthy collectivism, a good family would say, hey, let's take care of your issue first, so then that way it will benefit everybody else and everything in the long run. But a lot of like immigrant families, for example, do not have the time, the resources, the insurance to be able to attend to those things. So then you get this form of collectivism that is just like so entrenched in like self-sacrifice and like whipping yourself in order to like take care of everybody else. And it's fucked. It's fucked. It's really hard. Okay, wait, let's go to noon. Yeah, my mom doesn't believe in mental health issues. Yeah. That is like, if you live in a, or grew up under like a collectivist family that hasn't really reconciled that yet, it can be really hard. And I feel it. Oh shit, I'm in the fucking tornado. Okay. You're describing my family and I don't like it. I'm sorry. My son does not have depression, he just likes the dark. He's the dark soul. Get in the basket, yeah. But it's to the point where like sometimes you'll repress things or like not take care of yourself because you've never been allowed the chance to. If you've ever had to be, oh, there's this really good song by this group that I listen to from time to time, but the lyrics kind of talk about what it was like being a caretaker for, it's like the person who wrote the lyrics was a caretaker for their parent who had passed away, and like reflecting on the nature of trying to be in a relationship or connect with somebody when like your whole persona or like sense of self is bleached from having to take care of somebody else your whole life. Shit's fucked. Okay, wait. Hold on. I got kind of burnt out on collectivism when I gave up half of a life savings to try to preserve an unsustainable living situation because one family member of the group simply wouldn't or couldn't contribute. I probably didn't want to hold that person too accountable since I know how depression can be, but it meant that I literally couldn't let my depression of anxiety manifest in any major way, or it could literally have risked the homelessness of multiple people. It sucked. Yeah, it's like you can't ever exist or make choices or decisions in a vacuum. So there's always this anxiety about making any kind of decision ever because it will impact like 20 different people. Okay, anyway, here are the ruins of Unt. And they seem to have some Belurot stuff. Like we have the Horned Lion brazier. What is it? Brazier? The bra. We have the little torches. I'm still trying to make sense of... Oh yeah, some of the architecture is like Belurot. Yeah, it's Belurot architecture. Okay. But these are the ruins in which you can turn your sword into the Sword of Darkness. So the Ra ruins turn your sword into the Sword of Light. These ruins turn your sword into the Sword of Darkness. But I almost want to say that, can you... Question for chat, can you get the sword anywhere, or is it only in the... Is it only in the, Okay, wait. As someone who basically lost 2 parents at once because of cancer and then grief, yeah, fucking sucks. Yeah, good hunter. I feel you. I feel like there are chunks of my life that almost feel like when you're taking care of somebody, it feels like there's chunks of life or development that feel like they're missing. To the point where I feel like almost like stunted in a lot of ways. Like there's really important periods of development time where people get to like spend watching movies and like engaging in hobbies and things that they love. And then there's like big chunks of time that are spent being a caretaker and showing up for somebody else. And it just makes you feel like you don't... Like I feel like I'm in my 30s still trying to figure out what kind of a person I am. It's crazy. Shit is crazy. You can't change the sword where you get it. I got it in those ruins and had to go to the catacombs to change it to dark. I see. Okay. So you can't change the sword. So I got the sword in the catacombs. Was part of a grassroots leftist group, and a lot of my time there was people having to throw their grievances under the rug in the name of solidarity. It was a bullshit form of collectivism where everyone stayed even though they hated each other. Yeah, and it kind of seems like being on the fringes of both a collectivist group and also an individual... Like, I have parts of my family that are very individualist and parts that are very collectivist, and it kind of seems like seeing both sides and understanding both the positives and negatives of both has kind of allowed me to figure out, okay, I really need to learn how to set boundaries and take care of myself, so then I can then push myself to show up for other people. But I think, like I said, the part in which people give up or like stop is they'll focus so hard on the individualist part of things, and they'll never practice the self-sacrifice part of things. Like they'll never make that separate jump into also taking care of other people. And that's where it gets, it's like there's messy collectivism, but there's also messy individualism. Do you know what I mean? The being stunted part really speaks to me too. It's rough trying to find yourself after like a decade later and then realizing everything else you missed out on. I know, right? It's both exciting, good hunter, and like a little embarrassing. Because there were times where like I flat out like taught myself how to cook, but it's like all really dangerous and bad and awful. Like, you know that anime trope of like that person that is like setting fire to the kitchen, or just fully like blowing shit up, making indiscernible food that's fully we're not talking about no, we're not talking about political grassroots movements always. This person seems like they were talking about like a grassroots familial or like social movement, or like a commune, or like a living group. Like a grassroots just means like self-sustaining, self-starting. You don't have to get along with everybody in a grassroots movement, but like I've lived in a punk house before, so I kind of know what they're talking about. Hippie-like, yeah. I learned to cook the normal way by watching Dungeon Meshi, yeah. Okay, a living group is obviously different than a political movement. Yeah. But anyway, those are the ruins. So I guess you could get the sword in different areas, depending. But it seems like this connects the Abyssal Woods, the Catacombs, and the tower in the Rao ruins to this like weird sword of dark and light, which is really cool. Those are the trauma ruins. The sword is kind of fucky. It really is. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was the collectivists or the individualists who ruined those things, Virgo. I would say it's the systems that are in place that prevent people from being able to make any of these structures work. Because I feel like if a society takes care of the individual for them, then that individual can show up for everybody else in their community. But if a society doesn't show up for the individual, like health insurance or dental or financial support, it makes it really difficult for the individual to show up for other people in their lives. But I think that that's largely intentional, because it can allow that person to it can allow people to feel overwhelmed with their day-to-day responsibilities, and it prevents them from being able to organize and take care of other people. A little bit of it is by design. I don't know. I was trying to be silly. No, I feel you though. It's just like, it's the nature of things. I was pronouncing it. Okay, so FW, we don't have a agreed pronunciation for raw. So I call it raw. Some people call it Rao. And some people call it Raya. Or Raya. Rao. It's rar. I think I'm lost. Ow. He got me. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Smoth. Listen. Row. You're backtracking. Okay, cool. It's fine. I hate it here. I really don't like these. I don't like it here. I hate it. I hate it so much. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Just kill me. Just kill me. I already don't. I need a soft reset, please. I need to reset my brain. Thank you. Bayle can get it. What did Quelaag mean by this? So worry about it. I think there's a lot of, this is another thing too that I've kind of realized with my experience with collectivism too, is the need to be psychic. There's a lot of like hidden social rules that aren't said or stated. And I know it's an issue. It's not just like one particular culture, because I know I have some friends that are in mixed families. So one of my childhood friends growing up was, his mother was Japanese, but he used to tell me all the time about like how there were a lot of rules that he grew up with that he just like didn't understand and didn't care to learn. And he would always get in trouble and like walk over to my house and play Metal Gear Solid. Oh shit, we were in the bad zone? Fuck, okay. Sounds like a cool friend. It was a good time. Shout out Chris. You were the illest. Metal Gear? Yeah. No, it was really funny. Like, so he wasn't allowed to play video games at his house often. And so there would be times where he'd be like, hey, can I play Metal Gear at your house? And I was like, yeah. But then he wouldn't tell me when he was coming over. He would just show up and I would still be sleeping because I'm a night person. I will like sleep until 10 or 11. And I remember there would be times where I would wake up and Chris would be sitting at the foot of my bed just playing Metal Gear. We never dated. It wasn't like a romantic thing or like an intimate thing. He just wasn't allowed to play Metal Gear at his house. And he would just show up. But it was like looking back on it, it was great. That's true friendship right there. It was a common goal, yeah. The common goal was to play Metal Gear Solid together. Oh. Hold on one sec. As someone who also wasn't allowed games, that's fantastic, yeah. Shout out to all the cool friends with cool families who took us in fully. I will say that like, my mom was very, very down with that. Like my mom is a very... It's weird. She's like she's a very hands-off parent. But at the same time was always open for any of like the kids or like my friends to roll up if they were having a bad time. She wasn't like fully like hands off in the sense like, oh, I don't like kids, but she just was kind of just trusted us to be chill. I don't know. Say, my house was the safe zone for any friends in need. Looking back, I'm grateful for that. Same. Like, there was a lot that my family went through, but I think my mom was always very... That was something that I am really grateful for sure. I feel it. I feel it, y'all. Wait, I remember not being allowed to play games one time, but I played Pokemon because I legit didn't think handhelds counted as games. No, fully. That was like... I don't think that was just a you thing. I remember feeling that way as well. Like, if you just had a Game Boy, but you didn't have like a PlayStation or like a Nintendo, and you told people at school that you played video games, and that you just had like a Game Boy, it was definitely like not the same thing. That was for sure like an attitude back then. I remember. Or like, my mom would sometimes let me play my Game Boy like at the dinner table, kind of. This was early tablet kid brain. Oh my god. It's not real gaming. Yeah, it's fake gaming. Childhood was very lonely for me. I had no idea why until I got diagnosed. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That's like the key to chronic loneliness right there. My dad used to hate video games until he saw I learned English from MapleStory. That's really good. Oh, you got a Game Boy? Bring it to school, please. Yeah. That was okay. That was like the cool thing about Game Boys, though, for sure, was the Pokemon trading. People didn't respect handhelds until Pokemon came out. Yeah. I played I'm trying to remember my first. My first handheld was Link's Awakening, and then Dragon Warrior Monsters, and then Pokemon Yellow in that order. My it's cute. I think Kojima and Miyazaki had a lot of things in common if you really contemplate it. I think so. Not like... I think one is very, Miyazaki strikes me as somebody who... Homie strikes me as an aesthetic person. And Miyazaki does not strike me as that. Miyazaki strikes me as the person who will take selfies with celebrities any chance that he can, you know? Introvert versus extrovert. Oh wait, Feet Boys? Wait, somebody said celebrity in the chat. Oh my god, hey! Okay, wait, let me solo hers in the chat. I remember my friend bringing a PSP and it blew me away. Did you ever touch the PlayStation Vita at all? I remember I was working at a video game store when I was in college, and we ended up with a Vita that was, like, traded in used. And I picked it up, and I remember thinking that was, like, one of the best feeling handheld devices that I think I've ever played, but I miss the original PSP so much because you could soft mod the shit out of those. They were sick. Also, yeah, for those of you that are watching on Twitch, let me solo hers in the chat on YouTube, so everybody's having a good time. Shout out to the boy. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yo, I modded the fuck out of my PSP. Yes! PSP modders unite. Oh my god. Also, how are you feeling? Let me solo her. How are you feeling with, Radon? Have you been grinding out Radon at all? Or did you just, like, beat him and, like, retire? The Vita will always be special to me because of Gravity Rush. Yes! Gravity Rush was such an interesting experience. I would say there was like this weird renaissance of handhelds that was... I mean, there's another one. There's like an indie renaissance of handhelds that's happening right now. But there was one that was happening a while ago with Gravity Rush and with like certain 2DS... or sorry, 3DS and DS games. Like The World Ends With You was such a cool usage of the double screen system, and I loved I feel like even Strange Journey, the way that they utilized the double screen system, a lot of like JRPGs really just knew how to fuck with the like the menu system. I don't know, it was great. I did master him 90%, but he still feels quite clunky at best. That's what I've been hearing from a lot of challenge runners, is that it just kind of feels... I don't know. Like weird random splash stuff and just kind of weird clunky things. The world ends with you is so good, yes. I just clicked this shit and heard the world ends with you based. I'm telling you, those games are good. Oh shit, I'm out of, oh fuck. Oh, I'm out of mana, I'm not paying attention. The conversations are too good. Fuck. I'm not even gonna go over there. Okay. I'm trying to... I keep backtracking, I feel like. I keep walking around in circles. I'm sorry, everybody. Get imped. Like, this has gotta be the third or fourth time that I've come through here. Verdon could just switch up his combos a lot. It's hard to predict what variable will come out at any given moment. Second phase should have just been Patches kicking Radon and Mikola off the edge. He's the final boss. True. You've actually been in this loop for 2 years. I'm having a good time, though. You know? Sometimes you get stuck in a loop for 2 years with the homies in the stream chat, and... you know. Give me your things. Oh, okay. Never mind. I want Patches to be my Mikola. I want Patches to, like, come down as, like, a little ghost and attach himself to me. Oh, fuck! Okay. I'll be the big, strong muscle man, and then Patches will be, like, my weird little wispy, like, god cape, you know? Thank you so much for the subscription. Well, welcome. Attach himself to you? What did she mean by this? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. Make way for Patches, and my consort. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think the Stormlord was Horn Sent? That would be pretty cool. A lot of people are speculating that Sarash may have originally been the Stormlord, given all of the divine lions being like horned lions. It would be pretty sick. I don't know. There's a lot that I feel like we didn't get explained, and I know that that's intentional, but I would love if they made a second DLC, to be honest. I would love a painted world, please. There's so much that I wanna know about. Like, I wanna know about the early Lands Between wars and situations and stuff. I need more answers, yeah. Right? Right? See, it's not just me. Miyazaki, please. Oop. A new Vati just dropped. Ooh, what did he do? What did he do one? What did he do one on? The Painted World DLC where the Gekkas seal the way? Yeah. Oh. Maybe Shadow of the Erd Tree overperformed commercially and they'll decide to make another one. I hope so. Rot. It's about Millicent. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like it's probably needed to revisit some of that stuff given all the new information that we have. Ooh, I don't think I've gotten that yet. Shadow of the Erd Tree. That's just the abyss, babes. Here, hold up. What time is it? 3:13? I might actually... I know that we're in the middle of a fucking dungeon, but I might actually end the stream. Because I kind of want to go to the grocery store. As I say as I get smooshed. Did we make it though? Oh, we made it. Oh, we made it. Never mind. I lied to you guys. I'm a big fat liar. Oh, wow. Okay, fine, leave. No. Take us with you. I want cookies. Yeah, I'll definitely get... Oh, shit. I'm just gonna fucking die here. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, wait, hold on. Run it back. Just really fast. Thanks for this stream. Yeah, there are certain part of the reason why I try to like keep my head in the ground. So Vati's the only person that I talk to about lore with Bree. Okay, wait, so Bree, Vati, Manus Celeste, and like a couple people on Twitter are like the few people that I talk to about lore prior to making videos. I try to keep my interpretations in like a little isolation chamber for a little bit because I'm trying to like digest it with y'all and with myself. So that's why I try not to watch other people's videos. So if you are going to ask me if I've seen a certain video, chances are I haven't, and that's by design. That's like intentional. Because if I took in too many people's interpretations, mine wouldn't be what they are, I feel like. Your Radaskar episode was great. Thank you so much. Rat was such a pleasant person to talk to. It always just is so nice to talk to people who like genuinely love the material. Why am I so weak to this man compared to my last character? Hold on. My last character didn't she... Well, oh, it was because it was great stars. I had double great stars and I was just like, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch other people's videos. There's also just people that are in the community that like we have like very different personal ideals on things that matter to me. And there's like people in the community that are much, much younger than me that it feels weird interfacing with them. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Raph says the same thing. She's not watching anyone's videos. Good. Good. Like, it's important for people to just kind of... Yeah. I don't want to talk about other content creators. The people that I've talked about positively that I've just mentioned are those are the ones that you need to know about. A black Man, the person, I don't want to talk about that person in particular. I've had people come into my streams saying that they've had to leave that person's streams in particular because that person was being really fucking scummy. And it is not my business to talk about that person because that person is an actual infant. I think that I am like 34 years old. I'm old as fuck. And if there are people that are younger within my community who are acting a fool, it is not my responsibility to talk shit about them because they are still growing and developing and learning. Not my responsibility. It's not drama. I used to be in the Final Fantasy XIV community, and there was a person who was in their mid-30s who used to make call-out posts about people in their early 20s. It was fucking stupid. It's fucking gross. It's fucking stupid. I greatly disagree with a lot of that content creators' ideologies because I think they're very harmful. But it's also not my responsibility. Like, they're allowed time to grow and to just like be a fucking person, and they should be allowed to have that space. But that is also a reason why I try not to interface with other content creators sometimes. Encountering you is part of their way to grow. So I've already talked to this person privately. And I told them how I felt, and they weren't wanting to hear how I felt, and that is totally okay. I am not their mom. And they're also like I said before, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird being an adult on the internet and like interfacing with younger people. I don't like it. I don't like it. That person is going the same route that Sunny Celestial, yes. That's all I'll say on that. But like, yeah, there's like, but no, like, so Sunny, your worries are valid. That is what is happening. But at the same time, I am an adult. I am a grown-ass person. And people in their early 20s are allowed to fucking make blunders and are allowed to go through... They're allowed to like experience the world and like go through shit. So that's why, for those of you that have brought up that person in particular in my chat, and I have flat out ignored it, because he gets brought up a lot. And I flat out ignore it because it's just... I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. It is what it is. It's not even drama though. Like, so if you were a kid and you grow up in a certain kind of family and they have certain kind of ideologies and you grow up with that ideology, that's not drama. That's just life. That's just life exposing you to certain things. And like, that's allowed. And I don't want to make a call out or put this person on blast because I feel like that's their life and they can like learn it. They can figure it out. No, Raph is fucking cool. Raph is the best. Raph is the MV pizza, y'all. No, this is a different person. I forget. Can we parry this man? I think we can parry this man. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. I'm actually... Oh, you can't. And backstep. Okay, I think that's how we beat him last time, is I didn't summon my Mimic because my Mimic kept healing him, and I think we just parried him. I think that's what we did. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, you guys. Because I want to try to... But yeah, please be kind to everybody in the community, even people you disagree with. But always provide them alternative perspectives. And if they aren't receptive to you, just fuck off and do your own thing. That is my advice of the day. That is my advice of the day. There's no need for all that drama. Especially when it's like a kid. You know? Alright, goodbye. I'll see y'all. Daily quotes from Quaylog, yeah. And also, like, give that... I'm fully also, like, of the mindset of continuing to give that person a chance. Until, like, I'm not... We just talked about interfacing with stuff that makes you uncomfortable. I am not the type of person to, like, cancel or look down on somebody who is, who's trying to give a creator a chance. I don't believe in... I don't think it's worth all that unless people are, like, actively being genocided or killed, or there's, like, legislation that's being passed that is actively, like, harming particular groups. I think that, like, creators are just people, and people will always fuck up and make mistakes. I've made mistakes. Shit. I'm gonna tell Raph you called her an MV Pizza. You can if you want to. She is the MV Pizza. Tell her I said that. Tell her Quaylog calls you the MV Pizza, and she says that you're amazing. I just always think, what would Marika do in these situations? Yeah. She knows it. She does. All right, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.